All right. Guess what? It's time to play some Pathfinder. Are you guys excited?
Let's get it.
We're going to play some Pathfinder. We're doing episode 100. This is our 100th episode. Actually, we've done more than that. Maybe like 120 some, actually. But this is technically the 100th episode. And we're going to get into it. We'll see how special it turns out to be. We've got almost a full... Well, we got a full roster. We got 4 players. To me, that's a full roster. Fantastic. Everybody's got their starting hit points. We divvied up some snacks. And only one person tonight will be starting with more than one hero point. And that's Ted. Because he had the same exact snack I had tonight. Peanut butter with a spoon. Go figure. Go figure. But yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. So Ted, you're going to have 3 hero points tonight to start the session with. Congratulations on that.
We're going to need it.
And we got Dizzy. She's streaming right now, I believe, over on Twitch. Right, Diz? You got the stream going?
Yep, currently live streaming right now.
Okay, that's awesome. Live. And what else did I want to mention? We got more Pathfinder coming next week. You guys should see that. I do have episode 1 to our Tales of the Misty Val campaign, which is Dragonbane, coming up. You might have seen the teaser on my channel, Forge and Brush Gaming. But the first episode of that is coming in May. Couple weeks maybe, we'll see. You should see the first episode up on the channel soon. I think I broke it up into 2 parts because we had a long session, and we're going to play episode 2 sometime in May as well, so that next episode will come out next month. I'm thinking about like 1 episode a month, maybe 2, depends on how often we play some Dragonbane. But you guys will be able to watch that. So we've got Dragonbane on the way, and it was great. Fantastic, good fun. Yeah, as we wind down this campaign of the Abomination Vaults, it's closing in. Oh, I'm sure we got a little bit ways to go. Things are getting desperate. Belcora is in the shadows watching. So we'll see what happens from there. Alright, so let's do our introductions, and then Kyle, go ahead and do a recap from the last exciting episode. So let's see what we got here. We've got Dizzy returning once again. Go ahead, Dizzy, give us your intro. What's going on?
I mean, not a whole lot to be said other than I play Agatha, who is the witch of the group. Tends to stay quiet most of the time, a little bit of a warrior, tend to be a little heavy-handed with some spells, but for the most part she's rather quiet unless she needs to speak up.
Sounds a lot like you.
No comment.
No comment. Okay. Alright, welcome back, Dizzy. And who else we got here? Oh, I don't know. We might have somebody by the name of Kyle. What are you doing, Kyle?
I'm hanging in there. How's it going, guys? I'm Kyle. I'll be playing Honorian tonight. He's our kind of frontline, heavy-hitting presence. Magus. Magus Druid and some of the third thing. Maybe we'll reveal that tonight. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm kind of the frontline, jack of all trades, heavy hitter. Plus, I got spell strike, so I can really hit things hard. Yeah, a lot of spells, a lot of hard-hitting offense. And we're going to see how well I do at diplomacy, it would so seem. Hopefully everything goes all right. If not, we'll be hammering our way to victory, literally.
Hammer time. Thanks, Kyle. And we got Ted, also returning once again. What's going on, Ted?
How we doing? How we doing? Some more. I'm bringing in Father Cadwin of Clan Sunforge, our dwarven battle cleric, and by Trud's beard. It comes down to it. We'll bring in some hammering and some healing, and we're gonna have a grand old time.
Excellent. Lots of hammering tonight.
I find it funny that we both have warhammers.
Yeah. His is cooler because he's a dwarf. A dwarf and a hammer. Ancestral. Okay, that looks good. And then, of course, we got, I think, Jesse. What doing, Jess? What's going on? You're returning once again to play remotely.
Hey guys, I'm Jesse, and tonight I'm bringing back one of my favorite characters, Sheppy. To say what Sheppy is, he is a fire sorcerer that is all things burning. And he is the troublemaker of the group, which you will all find out again.
Troublemaker.
So we shall see what happens tonight.
So you're a sorcerer with the elemental bloodline. In this case, fire. I believe that's how it is. Very cool. Very nice. I like sorcerers too. My favorite is the swashbuckler though. Oh, rogue. Rogue and swashbucklers. I love them. But anyway. Right. So there's our cast for the night. Rachel couldn't make it. But I'm sure she'll be watching. Same with Kat. Hope to get them two back soon. Haven't seen Kat in a while. She's fun. She has that cleric that she likes to play. And of course, Rachel. The bard. Always great to have her here. Who knows? Maybe she'll pop in. Knowing her, she might pop in later. Join in the fray. We'll see. Come on in, Rachel. I know you're watching. But first, we're going to do our recap. So, Kyle, go for it. You're going to get I'll give you a second hero point for doing the recap tonight. Go for it. What happened last episode?
Well, we kind of regrouped from the last session's battle, and kind of made a game plan of what we wanted to do. Kind of only really had two options: find a way through or go back with our tail between our legs. We didn't opt for that option. We optioned for the advancing and finding a different way to deal with these creatures. And we went. There was a mystical wall, or a wall of mist, rather, I should say, down in the southern part of that area. Cadwin and Honorian stood there, and we heard voices calling for help and such, and that was a little heartstring tug, because Honorian wanted to help, but knew better of it. So then we devised a way to what we thought was a great plan. Cypher the Bard would do shadowy servant or unseen servant, and with a leaf of these fungal pods, and start waving it to attract a creature away from us. And we made our advancement back up, took a different route, and walked right into one of these creatures. Thankfully, it was the one we badly injured before, so we finished that one off. And before we could even move, we came under assault yet again. By not one, not two, not three, but four of these monstrous, bold, demon-looking creatures. That was a fun fight. Everybody's diving for cover in the giant fungal pods. Cadwin and Honorian standing tall against these creatures. A lot of powerful magic, a lot of hard-hitting spells came to use. We finished that fight, but we were definitely bearing the casualties. I think Agatha was down. I think the rest of us outside of Cypher were badly wounded, so we went to fall back, and that's whenever we found out that this second fungal pod was closing in fast. And tried as we might, we just couldn't get out of the way of it fast enough. It struck Cypher, paralyzed her. Honorian grabbed her, kind of shouted instructions for Cadwin to grab Agatha, and then went to fall back, and we arrived here, kicked the door in. Honorian threw a fireball. It was a beautiful fireball. Little bastard roller crit save. And then Cadwin and Agatha came in with some good spells. Cadwin got Sanctuary, which proved absolutely crucial for that. Kind of brought everybody in, slammed the door, and then we heard a couple voices behind us. turned around and looked and saw a few of these Calignes armed, ready. And I believe Honorian's words were, "You got to be joking, right?" So we're gonna see what we can do right here, right now. This is gonna be interesting, one way or the other.
One way or another. Yeah, you kicked down the door, got in here, looking a mess. Cypher's nowhere to be found. Probably casting her invisibility spell, watching from the shadows as she tends to do. You've entered a chamber, slamming the door behind you, away from this fungus-like creature that was floating in the air towards you. Not one, but two of them. Escaping its paralyzing attacks. As you step inside, you immediately feel the warmth, the dampness of the outside caverns dissipates. It feels much warmer in here. And you see why. In front of you is this fire pit, a large hall, looking to be somewhat, at one point, to be grand and impressive. Not anymore. Now the walls, the murals, are chipped and stained. The floor is covered with muck and mud. And a few pieces of furniture look like they've been hastily repaired many times over. In the center of the chamber, you see it. A fire pit, glowing at the center of the chamber. It looks like something was preparing a meal. And that's when you spot them. Who are you? How dare you enter this room, this chamber? He's armed with a bow in his one hand. But there's more. There's one that stands directly behind him, and another one who slowly rises from a seat next to a round table. There are three of them. These creatures look somewhat familiar. Something like, perhaps, Caligni. A type of humanoid you encountered on the upper level above you. Caligni, who had been part of a cult. Caligni, who those leaders spoke to you that below where you are now, there is an enclave of other Caligni. Perhaps this is them, Honorian. Perhaps this is them. You managed to have a kind of truce with the Caligni above. After slaying some of their kin, they didn't realize it was you, of course. Perhaps they were jaded with their cult views and stuff. Perhaps. They were a little bit weird, weren't they? Sure they were. But you made a truce with them. They offered to mention your presence to the Caligni further below, for surely you would need such to pass without hindrance. And now, here you are. And it looks like Caligni from this enclave are now facing off with you, with weapons drawn or at the ready, peering at you and your companions. Agatha, unconscious. It's you and the dwarf, Honorian. What do you do? Well, we're going to keep the encounter tracker going here. We're going to keep using initiative because we've gone from one encounter right into another. So what we're going to do here, we'll see the first to react is going to be these Caligni. How dare you enter this place? One of them, behind him, speaks up near the table, says, "More intruders from the outside. They've come to slay us. We need to kill them." And they immediately have their weapons drawn and ready. But they do not strike. Again, the one in the middle states, "Tell us who you are and why you've come here before we slay you." And just as he says that, you hear another one in the back, in common tongue, begin to speak, also in common, and whispers, "The trap didn't work." Their weapons are at the ready and trained at you. Cadwin, you're the first to react to this situation. The healer of the group, what do you do?
Cadwin's standing there, still protected by his sanctuary spell, holding Agatha. He just carried her through the door. Immediately, he's going to cast Heal on Agatha. If this goes south, we're going to need all the help we can get.
Okay, get that out of the way. 2 action?
1.
1? Okay.
As he's holding her, he qualifies for the range of touch. And he will heal her for 26 points.
Okay, there you go, Diz. Give yourself some healing.
For his other 2 actions, for one action, he's just going to kind of move back. He's going to take a step back. And basically just look at him and say, We've met your friends from up above. We've got a truce. We're working with them. Don't shoot us.
Okay. He immediately replies, "You'd be talking about those cultists, wouldn't you?"
Aye.
Agatha, you're up next.
At this point, am I starting to come to? Am I still
You're still
unconscious?
You're still unconscious.
Okay.
Somebody would have to slap you around and try and wake you up, but we'll assume it's not the case. Who's up next?
Honorian,
Norian, go ahead.
you want to unpause the game for me?
What do you want to do?
I'm going to move up closer to him.
Okay, 1 second. Can you move?
Yes. Honorian will kind of step up right there, kind of seeing K1 fall back a little bit, and he'll look to these Caligni. Indeed, we made a truce with, and he'll, kind of one of those insert cult name leader here since none of us remember it.
Duloc.
Duloc. Yeah, Duloc. She guaranteed us safe passage to the lands below. We're trying to stop Belcora. We're here to put an end to her evil reign. We mean you no harm. We just seek safe passage. Perhaps your assistance will be useful to us.
You speak of Dulac.
Indeed I do.
Where is she now?
In the upper level.
We're supposed to
can
take
you-
your word for it?
You're more than welcome to go visit her if you like.
Oh no. We will not be the ones visiting anyone. If what you say is true, then perhaps maybe you should bring her here with you.
Right. There's one little problem with that. There's a massive creature outside that just decimated my team. We need time to rest and recover to heal our strength before we can go back to get her.
The one in the corner near the table says, "That is not our concern. We recommend that you leave this place at once."
Well, it seems we're at an impasse then.
All right, Norian, we're going to go to the next round. Where's Jesse? Did he leave?
Yeah, he said he had a radio call. He'll be back.
Okay. He was up next, too. All right, we'll leave that go. All right, let's go down to the next creature. Actually, it's this guy. Yes. Perhaps you should leave. This is your last and final warning.
He'll shoot a look to Cadwin.
You're up, Cadwin.
Oh, aye, lad. I mean, if we'd not be welcome, she said she'd be sending word ahead. Did she not? If not, then if you could lead us the way out of here, we'd be glad to follow you. Get out your way.
I'll give you one diplomacy roll. And it's going to come from Cadwin. You got one roll for this. Give me a blind diplomacy roll. It's not just you. I'm going to take into account that Honorian is also joining in.
Roll sent.
Try and make an impression of sorts.
Would you like me to also make a roll since I'm basically trying to aid?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, Norian and Cadwin. Okay. Unfortunately, Cadwin rolled a 1. No hero points in this. It's a secret roll. I shouldn't even tell you rolled a 1, but you did. It's terrible. Wait a minute. You D20. You got no modifier. Nothing.
No. I have no modifier for this. This is not going to end well. He's not a diplomatic.
Charisma +0, and you're untrained. So it's just
Honorian's the diplomat.
And he rolled a solid 1. So with a +1 from Honorian, that would be a 1 or a 2.
Be a whopping 2.
Which is
about how well I thought it'd go.
You've been warned. You've been warned. Your time is up. And we're going to move on to Agatha. Agatha, no one's waking you up yet, so you're still unconscious.
I'm sorry. That was only one action. With another action, he's going to shake her and slap her around a little bit, wake her up.
A couple backhands. Knock her out again. All right, Dizzy, I'll let you wake up now. You can kind of groggily come to. I'll give you one action.
All right, with that happening, Agatha is going to wake up and probably want to kill the person that smacked her. And then she'll look around, blinking rapidly until her vision comes back into focus. She's gonna look over at the three across the room. Blink once, look at Cadwin, look back at them, go, Wait, I don't remember Dulok telling me that they were going to send an envoy to us. Were you here before?
You haven't heard this conversation at all.
Oh, what I'm doing is I'm trying to trying to make it sound like that we were waiting for them to show up. She didn't hear it, but she kind of had an idea that was rolling in the back of her head.
Yeah, whatever.
Hey, I don't meta.
Alright, we'll see how that flies. We're gonna go to Norian.
I mean, if that is your wish, we will happily leave, but may we have a few moments to heal ourselves before we depart again. Creature out there is pretty gnarly, pretty nasty. If you need me to roll another diplomacy, I can.
Yeah, go ahead. Or I could just 1 and 6 it. Go ahead, give me a diplomacy, just to see. Because they are not happy right now. Okay. You get the impression that you're not going to get that extra time. Get out or pay the price. Alright, so we're going to go back up to the next round. It says round 13. Jeez. Which would be Sheppy, but he's not here. Darn it. That's okay. And we're going to go to the creatures. Alright, so they take their actions. Time is up, you fools. And this one in the middle is they're going to attack. Now I got short bows. And they're going to let fly. This is on you, Cadwin. There's this one in the middle with his raised.
You need to make it will save.
Oh,
Yeah, 'cause you got sanctuary.
yeah, that would have played a role in a lot of things here being role played. I forgot about that. Well, let's see what he gets for his roll. He has to make a save. Okay. I would have role played that a little bit. No button to click? What is it? Will save?
Just will save.
Make this public.
And that fails. DC is 25.
25. So it's a failure. That means this creature cannot attack the target and wastes the action. So he loses the action. So he pauses. It can't attempt further attacks against the target this turn. Alright, so it's got 2 actions left. It raises its bow to strike at... You're prone, Agatha, so it's going to shoot at Anorian. Did you move closer, Anorian? I thought I had you in the corner. Oh, you did.
No, I
You did.
moved closer to try to talk to him.
Okay, so let me do my attack against you then. That'll be his... I say it's still his first attack because he didn't actually make the attack. He just lost the action as he paused. So this will be his first attack.
Miss.
23 misses. It shatters over your head. You dodge just in time to get away. You shouldn't see all that information. Let's get rid of that. Go back to blind. Alright, he quickly loads a second arrow just as quickly and fires once again at you, Norian. So he's getting out. And it misses. The other one back here, he sees you. Did you speak, Agatha? You did, didn't you?
Yeah, she spoke. So yeah, they would know she's conscious.
You're going to be tough to hit, though. You're prone and behind this big fire pit, so I think the dwarf might be a little bit easier. He's going to have a cover benefit of +1 to his armor class. So he's going to do the same thing. He's going to let fly with a couple arrows. Oh, sanctuary.
Yeah.
Alright, well, let me make his will. Let's do it. What did I need to roll?
DC is 25.
Okay, I'll make this public.
Oh.
Alright, he passed. What does that mean?
You can take an attack as usual.
Creature can attempt its attack and any other attacks against the target this turn. Alright, so he gets all 3 attacks on you if he wants. That's good to know. Okay. Let's do this. Again, your armor class is going to be +1. Which means you're 27 armor class. You got a 32. That's going to be a hit. Let's roll your damage. Normal damage. As this arrow sinks into you, you can take 14 points of piercing damage from this deadly shot. In addition, give me a savings throw, fortitude. This is public, isn't it? Yeah. Nice. The second arrow just hits you. It almost ricochets off the fire pit, actually, and just hits you. You're gonna take some damage on that. 12 points of piercing damage, and give me another fortitude. You know what that means, don't you?
I do.
You do. Okay, you scored a 20. I'm going to use a hero point.
Yeah, I think I will do that. I will roll that hero point because we don't like poison at all.
What's the DC on this, actually? Oh, it's right there. You know what? Give yourself your hero point back. You actually were successful on that first one. You didn't have to make that roll. My bad. You easily resist whatever it is. And I think that's 3 attacks on you, isn't it?
That was 2.
Alright, just get one more. This one is going to be
I'll
on
be
you,
on.
Anorian. So he sees you closing in on his compatriot. He's going to do his 3rd attack on you. You're going to have a bonus of +1 on your armor class.
Okay. Miss. Critical miss, actually.
Okay, so he's done. This one down here in the corner. Let me see what options I have. All right. You see this one down here, the corner closest to you, Anorian. He is going to... He actually draws a short sword.
Ooh, mistake.
And as he draws it, you see him pull out what looks like this, from a pouch on his side, this black, oily paste. And he starts coating it, the blade tip, real quick and swift, like with one motion. He pulls the sword, and as he does, he runs it across his hands, where he has this black ichor that he runs the blade through. And as it pulls away from his body and aims towards you, you can see the black ichor begin to drip down from the blade. And he smiles. might want to think twice. And... okay. Cadwin, you're up.
Cadwin, not liking the current situation, is going to go ahead and cast his final heal spell. We're going to do the 3-round action, so I can get all of us.
That will heal them as well, you do know that. Unless they're undead.
Yeah, but we haven't done anything to them yet, so it's not like it's going to change anything.
Okay.
So everybody gets 10 back.
The entire room is enveloped in a golden light of positive energy. And Honorian and the witch, you feel this energy pulsate through your body. You feel rejuvenated. Your wounds begin to close, Agatha. You want to stand and fight these creatures now. You're ready. The time has come to unleash. That's up to you. But yeah, you got a little healing. Rock and roll. Right, Cadwin, that was 3 actions. You're done as you call upon the dwarven god Thrud. Alright, we're going to go to Agatha. As Jesse sets up. We're going to go to Agatha. You're up.
Alright, she's spending 1 action to stand up. Last 2 actions, you start to see these electrical currents start to travel up in arms. You start to see her eyes literally glow with electricity, and she just has this absolutely rage-filled sneer on her lips as she's going to double cast, I believe it is Electric Arc on the center one and the one above him.
Okay, you can put that in the chat so I can remember how this works. For one target to another, each target takes 2d4 electrical damage with a basic reflex save. Huh, that's simple enough. Alright. Alright, you want to roll your damage first? They're going to take the same amount, so go ahead and roll it once. Then I'll make the saves.
That'll be 17. If it's not a critical, it'll remain that, but if it is critical, it'll double.
Alright, let me roll a save. First one in the middle. As lightning crackles through the air, the witch begins to mutter words. The hairs on your arm begin to stand up. And DC's 27. Ouch. So that's a critical fail on the one in the middle. So he's going to take double damage. So
That would be 34 damage on that one.
didn't it work? I don't think it worked. Let me try that again. Double. Does not exist. What do you mean it doesn't exist? Alright, what is it? 34?
34. 34 electrical current damage.
What's going on here? It won't let me do anything to this token. Let me delete him. And let me make a duplicate of this guy. Put him here. Now let me see if I could There we go. Okie dokie. The other guy has to make his save.
That is correct.
Okay. It's a basic reflex save. $28. Success. Half damage. So 9. Okay. Was it 2 actions?
Took her 1 action to stand up, and then she spent the last 2 actions doing electrical arc.
Alright, so you're done. We're gonna go to Norian. As lightning
Yeah.
crackles through the air.
Yeah, Honorian surge ahead. Lightning crackling off the head of the Warhammer as he slams it down across the creature. Hit, normal. He's gonna take that. He's gonna take...
You're up next, Jesse, in a minute here.
So he's going to take 44 points of electricity damage and 12 points of bludgeoning damage from a spell strike with shocking grasp.
Plus an additional 12.
Well, yes, sir.
Nice one.
Well, that's it.
That's a pretty cool thing. So you moved forward, and then you did spell strike with your bludgeoning attack
Correct.
weapon, right?
Yes, sir. And
That's-
since the attack was a hit, then the spell is also a hit, because shocking grasp requires AC.
Yeah, my point here is that you didn't actually cast a spell per se. You made a melee attack, which means there's
Yes.
no attack of opportunity on you. Did you know that?
Indeed, yes, sir.
That's pretty useful. Very good. Not that I have attack of opportunity, but just something I picked
No,
up
but it
on.
is damn handy.
Yeah. All right, so Norian's in this to win it. All right. And with that, the fire in the fire pit begins to glow particularly bright. Both the dwarf and the witch see this, and it gets tall, it gets taller. And you're somewhat distracted by its height at one point. It looks like it's maybe 2 foot tall, like somebody threw fresh wood on it, or oil, or something ignited it. It's almost like a Norian had sparked something in this fire. I would like the dwarf and the witch to both roll a perception die. Make a blind perception roll. Sheppy, what level are you? 9, right?
Yes.
But you're not being sneaky about this.
Roll same.
So I'm going to reduce the DC considerably. Cadwin, gotcha. Agatha, gotcha. You both... Agatha, you recognize something in the flames. You swear you see a pair of eyes. You see what looks like a face. It's all alight and aglow, and it's a very familiar face. Cadwin, you also see what looks like a face. It's horrifying. It's disgusting. It's terrible. You've never seen anything like it. The face looks like some kind of distorted humanoid face. It's disgusting. It's terrible. You want to lash at it and strike at it. But Agatha, it looks very familiar to you. It looks like a certain goblin, a goblin named Sheppy. Sheppy, you're up next. What do you do as you appear within the fire and the flame of the fire pit? You've been watching all this time, I assume. What do you do?
Okay, you want to open up my spell list for me?
Yeah, you want to put his token on the map first?
No, I don't want to bring him on.
Oh, it's a goblin.
Hold on,
The
hold
dwarf
on.
gets to smash a goblin.
Here he is. Boom. Let me move him so he's right in the middle. There he is. There he is, old Shepster. What do you do, Jesse? Describe what everybody sees as you suddenly materialize within the flames of this fire. What's going
Okay.
on?
Give me 1 second, okay? I just came in here. All right. Click Blazing Dive for me. I gotta remember what that does.
Yeah, sorry, I totally forgot.
Yeah, I'm kind of off guard.
Just narrate it. You don't have to worry about the technicalities. You cast this spell. I'm going to let you have 3 actions. Even with this spell
Okay.
going off.
Out of the fire, you could see the form of Sheppy, but as you see him, he turns into a flame again, goes up to the ceiling, and comes back down on top of the creatures with a flaming dive.
Oh, you're going to cast that spell.
Yep, but I'm going to land so I can hit at least 2 of them, and not my friends.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
so
looks
right there.
good.
10-foot emanation. So I can hit all the bad guys. And you.
Yeah, like if you drop here, I'll put you right there. If you drop right there, you're gonna hit them.
All right. With an explosion of fire.
All right, wait a
Yep,
minute.
and they need to make a DC 27 basic reflex.
All right, wait a minute. Can you get that off the map? Take that off the map?
How do I do that again?
I got it.
It's pretty cool.
All right, so we got a mess up here. Why is my guy in this middle of this thing here?
Yeah, shouldn't that provoke attack of opportunity?
He shouldn't be there. He should be right here. So, let's see. 10 feet. You could lay it back here and it would hit him. Yeah, I'll let you blast those 3 with nobody else if you want to do that.
Yep.
There's no attack of opportunity on Sheppy. Let's see. Let me move you back here where you land. Boom. 10. There. So you can affect everybody. So what do you want to do here with this effect?
All right. They all have to make BC checks.
Yep, DC 27 basic reflex. You want me to go ahead and roll damage?
All right. Before you roll damage, let me just roll this. Let's see who gets successful. Guy in the middle. 30. So he passed. He'll take half damage. This guy right here. Closest to Enorian. He's going to get a 21. So he failed. He's going to take full damage. And this last guy up here. And 23, so that's 2 full damages, and the guy in the middle takes half damage. So go ahead and roll your damage. Fire!
Be 19 in total.
Alright, 19, so it's 10 on him. And it's 19 on him. Boy, you beat up that guy in the middle. Okay. And how many actions did that take?
2.
2, so you're going to have 1 more action.
Okay. Are they creatures with attack of opportunity from your
Yes.
memory?
You don't know. Don't ask meta questions. You made me give it away.
I wasn't asking you.
You did. You asked me. Do I remember
You just
if they
answered.
made? Go ahead. What do you want to do? You got 1 action.
All right. I'll use my elemental toss on the one in the middle.
Okay.
One in the middle. You want to hero point that, Jess?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me make my attack of opportunity. Because they do have it.
Okay.
This guy behind you is going to make one. Well, no, he's got the frickin' short bow. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to use the short bow for that, so screw that. He's not going to make one. But the guy in the middle, he's near death. He drops his short bow, and he will make an attack. Well, he's going to attack you with his short bow. He's going to club you with it. He's going to try and club you with the short bow. With the 31.
That's a hit, not critical.
All right, so you don't have to make a save for any poison. But here's the damage as you get clobbered. It's not a critical hit, so that means your spell goes through. You're going to take 10 piercing.
I'll re-roll that for you, Jess. Oh, it got even worse.
Oh, well. All right, Sheppy's done.
All right, your spell does go through.
Yeah, but it was a spell attack, so it missed.
Oh.
Yeah, it just missed him.
Whoopsie. All right, so basically what has happened here, as you saw the face appear within this fire pit, suddenly you see Sheppy, your old compatriot Sheppy, and with a cackle he leaps into the air as he becomes more substantial and less of a corporeal type of appearance. Leaping into the air near the ceiling, he lets out a scream. Hoo-yah! An arcane scream at that. And he shoots down like a rocket right in between this grouping of 3 Caligny creatures, where he explodes in fire and flames. It kind of knocks you back, Anorian, as the flames just lick at your face and the heat is unbearable. And some damage was done. Some things were singed. And there, as the fires die down, you see Sheppy cackling away in happiness and joyness, like he loves this. He's in his thing. He's in his element, as it were, blasting with fire and flame. And what a surprise it is. Now, Anorian, you've never met this goblin, so you're not sure how to react to this individual that seems to be helping you. Cadwin, nor have you seen such a grotesque creature helping you. You have no clue who this is either. Only Agatha recognizes this goblin. With a smirk on her face, she appreciates the magic that he has just unleashed on these creatures. And with that, we're going to go to those creatures. Well done, Jesse. Give yourself
Thank
2... You should have 2 hero points at this stage. I gave you a bonus one there, so you should have 2
Okay.
total.
Yep, got it.
All right, we're going to go to these creatures. Oh, this guy right here is going to... Technically, this isn't a jump. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow him to make a 5-foot step as he leaps a very short distance upon this hearth. Not a hearth, but the fire pit. There's no check involved, so he just hopped up on. There's a 5-foot step. Not knowing if you have attack of opportunity, of course. You do look like you do look like a skilled warrior, but he doesn't know. And with that, he's going to attack. Well, free action, he's going to throw that frickin' bow to the ground. And he's going to draw. That's a manipulate. That's a manipulate.
Attack of opportunity.
Go for it. He's drawing his sword.
That's a hit.
Go ahead and roll your damage. See if you can kill him before he's able to strike you.
13, bludgeoning.
Wait a minute. You got a 28 to hit?
Yes, sir.
All right, that just hits. And you got 13 damage. Okay. Bludgeoning. Ah! He looks in bad shape. But he smirks. You will pay, intruder! He's gonna strike at you with his short sword. And gets a 33.
Not critical.
Darn it, I'm supposed to be blind with my rolls here. And you do not have to make a save on this. But you are hit. Normal damage?
Yes, sir.
Okay, take 11 points of piercing damage. And okay, he's got one more attack. He's gonna attack again. Not with that one. He rolled a nasty 1.
Yeah, that's crit miss.
Okay, now we're gonna go to this guy down in the corner. Well, no, let's go to this guy up above that's right next to Sheppy. He's gonna attack you, Sheppy. He's gonna free action, drop the short bow, draw the short sword. Isn't this that swap weapons thing?
For one action, yep.
Alright, so he
Yep,
could...
for one action, you can put the bow away and draw another weapon.
That's better than dropping it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Alright, so he'll put the bow over his shoulder and with one quick action, draw his sword. And that's one action. Then he attacks. Ah! Disgusting creature! Have at you! 22. Miss. Curse you! He's going to make a 5-foot step around. Table's in the way. No, he's going to stay there. He's going to attempt to slash at you once again with that sword. This time he gets a nice 31.
Okay, not critical.
Damage. He catches you, Sheppy. You're slightly distracted with all the fireworks going on. 12 points of piercing damage. Cuts deep into you. Ah!
Just a scratch.
Just a scratch. Ah! And was it 2 attacks or 3?
That was
That was
2
2, yeah.
action to swap.
All right, we're going to go to the other guy. This guy sees the appearance of the goblin, but he looks back towards his friend who's leapt upon the fire pit, and he sees that he's in trouble. He's going to attack you instead. And yeah, he's got his sword out. He was the one that had the sword with something coated on it. He lunges forward at you. We'll say it's a 5-foot step. And he's going to strike at you with this sword coated in some kind of ichor, black ichor, dripping from the blade. 34.
Not critical.
You're going to take 14 points of piercing damage, and you need to make a fortitude save. As the ichor attempts to seep into your veins.
25.
You quickly whip off that ick that's on your flesh, tear it off and wipe it off on your hands so that's nothing there, no effect. Very good. Very good, Honorian. You escaped certain death in a gruesome way. But he's not done. He's going to attack you again.
Yep, he's got one more.
He does. I get all dramatic and I realize, wait a minute, he's not done. Alright, second attack. He gets plus 15. 24.
Miss.
Miss. Dodge and get out of the way just in time. We're going to go to Cadwin. These guys are putting up a fight, Cadwin.
Well, Cadwin's not feeling the best. He's feeling his wound, but then again, he's not one to be shunned by any goblin. He's going to call the Trud for guidance. as he moves onto the table, kicking mushrooms aside, and will take a swing at this poor chap that's up here with him.
5-foot step.
That was actually 10, but
All right, let me
that's
see.
one action to move.
Okay, let me see.
So that was here.
All right, I can't attack you.
I moved here.
Okay, go on.
I'm going to use that. I'm going to strike.
Did you use guidance?
I'm using it.
He has attack of opportunity. I want to know if I could attack you.
I mean, you can.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't...
but didn't you cast it before you moved?
I cast it before I moved.
All right, before you move, that's a different story.
Yeah. So I cast guidance, I moved, and then I'll strike. 37 to hit.
That is a normal hit. Wow. Normal damage.
Yeah, I'm trying to see why it's not adding in my divine weapon. I'll roll it separately. I got it. Well,
You're next, Agatha. When he does his damage. Is that total? 13?
what is it looking like?
Oh! Describe how you fell him and he falls.
Feeling the guiding hand of Trud, combined with the residual energy from the spell added into the weapon, the dwarf hops onto the table, scattering mushrooms and frying pans and utensils as he brings the hammer smashing down and adding them to the ingredients that were meant for a meal.
Ah, where'd Jesse go? Okay, well done. Well done. Agatha, you're up.
All right. She's going to. Let me see here. Suddenly, you just see her start to like glow, like this bright electrical glow, as she's going to cast Elemental Betrayal. I believe air is also related to electricity. I could be wrong.
It is if you're a kineticist.
Okay, since it's not related to air, then she's going to take one step. Right there. And then as her last two actions, she's going to cast Electrical Arc on the last two remaining.
Okay. So I gotta make some saves. Let me do that. These are basic, so they affect the damage you do. It's 27, so that's a fail. The one down by Honorian failed. And the other guy behind the table, I gotta give him a +1 on this because of the table. I forgot about that. So 35 plus 1 is 36. Almost a critical success, so it's 2 successes, correct? No, a fail and a success. So roll your damage. Okay, so this guy failed, so he's going to take damage. Normal. This guy succeeded, so he's going to take half, which would be 7. I only did 6. Should have been 7. Knock off another one. Right. That it, Agatha? You moved up and cast a spell. Electrical arc.
Yep, that's it.
Is that a cantrip for you?
It is indeed.
Oh, you could smell burnt flesh, singed hair and clothing. Fill the room. Honorian, what do you do?
Yeah, you would see Honorian focus on his warhammer for a moment, for you would all swear that you see claws begin to protrude from the hammerhead as he slams into this creature to his right.
Right. Is it vibrating with magical energy?
Yes, sir. 1 action, concentration, recharge, spell strike, and that's a hit.
Ooh, spell strike again.
Yep. So that's going to be 11 points of bludgeoning that he's going to take. In addition, he's going to take some piercing damage. So he takes an additional 25 piercing damage. And 6 persistent bleed damage.
Oh, I saw that. He's got bleed damage. That's a gruesome attack. What is this again?
Spell struck with gouging claw.
Gouging claw. So this is an attack with your...
Spell strike.
What's your weapon?
Warhammer.
Warhammer. I don't know how you describe that, but somewhere in this, with this series of blows coming down upon him with this hammer, these images of claws begin to appear all around the wounds where the hammer strikes and begin to tear at the flesh, and blood, ichor, begins to appear all over this creature as he is bleeding out, as well as taking damage. Nice, nice.
Yep, gouging claw. I waited for a minute to use that one.
That's a good one.
Oh yeah, because it deals bleed damage in addition.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some fun with that, but I'm done.
All right. Jealous Caligny Defender. Well, it's the Caligny's next. Where'd Shippy go?
Yeah, shouldn't have been Sheppy? Didn't he have a 32?
Yeah, he's up first. He should be before
That
that.
was before them.
Oh,
Yeah, you should have rolled.
I know what it was. There was 2 Sheppies on the map. I deleted one, and evidently that was the one that was in the initiative. That was before, so let me put him back in there. Let's roll it for funsies. I'm not going to put you at the top of the round, because that's where you were. Right there. So, you are next. Sheppy.
Okay, I'm going to make a 5-foot step directly down the other way toward the other guy. Yeah, right there. And then I'm going to open up my spell list again.
The goblin begins to walk cautiously backwards, saying, Back! Back, you evil creature! As he threatens with fire blazing from his fingertips.
I'm going to grab onto him with a 2nd level Burning Hands.
So that entire section up there is going to be lit up with flame.
At the upper corner, up here?
Yeah, I assume, right? Just this entire upper...
Yep.
Okay. So 15-foot cone, you don't have to place it. They know you're going to hit him and nobody else. Basic reflex saves. Let me do that first. If you could get out of the way of this exploding fire. Ooh, he rolled a natural 1. It's a critical failure. So go ahead. He's going to take double damage. So roll your damage.
Oh.
18 total?
Yep, so that'd be 36 points of fire damage.
Not bad, not bad. Everything erupts in flames. What is happening with this fire? Damn you! Damn you all!
Okay, Sheppy's done.
The Caligny says that, not me. Just to be clear. Alright. Darn it. Alright, they're up. Alright, I'm going to do something here. Let me do some page flipping. Alright, this one up here, this Caligny that you just engulfed, he's going to move forward. And one hand for an entire, you can't move more than one of those size larger than you. You push the opponent away when you attempt an athletics check. Alright, he's going to attempt to shove you away from the door. He's going to throw a knee right into your face as you do this. So it's an athletics check against your fortitude. What's your fortitude, Goblin?
His fortitude is 27.
Alright, I'll make this public because it's fun. He's going to make a skill check. This is going to be athletics. He needs what did you say?
27.
27.
You missed.
19. Damn it, I wish I had hero points. Alright, 19 is a failure. Becoming a critical fail.
Just easily left out of the way.
Yeah. Let's see, I got one more action. This does count as an attack, so if I try it again... He's going to just attack you. No, he's going to try and knock you out of the way. He's going to try this again. He's going to have a penalty on it. -5. Nope, he got a 23, so he failed to get you away from that door. And while he's doing this, he's letting out a horrendous scream in a language you don't understand unless you speak Caligny.
Backdraw?
No, this is Caligny.
Nope.
They don't speak common. But they do speak Sackfroth. So we'll have to retcon that. All this time, this communication between you has been in Undercommon, so whoever knows how to speak that, you understand.
Sheppy
what's
doesn't.
happening.
That'd be
Norian
me.
does. Yep, Norian speaks it. Sheppy doesn't.
I thought they spoke
Not
common.
I.
All right.
Yeah, so just imagine Caven that I kind of translated for you.
He starts using a different language you never heard of before. I don't think any of you. It's Caligny. And he begins to scream loudly. Now, the other guy down here. This guy right here is going to continue to cut into you. A series of strikes, Anorian.
Okay.
27 is a hit.
Emergency charge, that's a miss.
Oh, you used what? What is it called?
Emergency charge, it's
Okay.
basically raised shield. My armor class is now 28.
Okay, put that up. His next attack. See if I can click on him. He attempts to cut into you with that short sword.
Miss.
Just missed again, didn't he? Alright, just gonna try something else. He's gonna try and intimidate you with a coerce. as he's lashing at you left and right with these sword cuts. You're easily blocking them and fending them off with a little magical help at your side. But in Zvakroth, Undercommon, he starts to curse at you. And you will pay and your friends will die. We'll string you up upside down and throw cold water on your bodies. So he's going to attempt to demoralize you. What is your will DC?
27.
Not for
And I'm a
long.
master.
Not for long, fool. You and your friends will all die. He gets a 29.
Wait a minute.
It's an intimidation. Whatever your will save is, 10 plus your will.
Okay, yeah, I had to roll that. So yeah, I'm frightened 1.
Frightened 1 is the result of that if it's a success. Critical fail would be, or critical success would be 2.
Yeah, he beat me by 1. So
Alright. So you got a little debuff there, and that's the end of his turn. We're going to go to Cadwin.
Cadwin's starting to get a little sour. He's had enough of this nonsense. Speaking this language he don't understand. We're allies, he said. Came here. She said she'd tell you. He's going to cast guidance upon himself again. No, I'm sorry, take that back. What he's going to do, he's frustrated at this point. From where he's at, he is going to cast needle darts on this guy up here.
Needle darts.
That looks like it's a hit. For 21 piercing damage.
Yep, that's just a hit. 21.
He's going to siphon a bit of that energy for his divine weapon as he takes a 5-foot step. So right here, kicking the body off the table unceremoniously. And he's going to smash this other guy with the hammer.
isn't 5-foot step in action?
Yeah.
Is 5-foot step in action?
Yes.
Oh, I thought that was a ship. Okay. Well, he's going to move there, and that's going to be it.
Okay. Alright, Cadwin's done as he moves up to strike this Caligny. We're going to move on to Agatha.
Alright. Agatha's gonna look at the one that tried to shove Sheppy. She just looks like she's ready to string him up and just tear him apart. And
Sheppy?
as you're watching Agatha, you start to see the ground around her start to slowly erupt as these thick vines start to like grow up around her, almost as if they're like alive. And you just see this murderous look in her eye as she points towards the Caligny that tried to shove Sheppy. And in the one native tongue she uses, she's going to cast Murderous Vine.
Ooh.
Sounds nasty.
Yeah, I like it. Defense armor class duration 1 minute. So what do I do here? You make a spell attack. Alright, so make a spell attack. He's going to have an armor class bonus here of 1 because of the table. Can't see his whole
Gonna
body.
re-roll that
Okay.
as I'm gonna use the hero point.
Okay, you need to beat a 29. That's pretty tough. But it's good. I like it. Come on, Dizzy, pull it off.
Alright, here we go.
As vines begin to come from the wall itself, attempting to wrap around this creature. 24. Now, you needed a 29.
Since,
No, that's it. You gotta take what you got.
dang it.
So you just failed to... The vines fail to grab onto him. He's able to get out of the way. They do appear briefly. How many actions was that? 2?
That was
2 actions.
2, so she's got one more. With that, then she's going to cast... Let's see, what can I do?
Spell attacks.
The only thing that she can cast at this point is Wordling Word.
Wildling Word. Your patron's majesty. Or their displeasure comes in a growl from your throat, making other creatures reluctant to harm you, Agatha. The target must attempt a will save. If the creature is an animal, fungus, or plant, it takes a -1 circumstance penalty to that save. Fungus. So, I guess I gotta make this save right now. See what happens.
Yep.
Alright, he's not a fungal. You don't have to worry about that.
That is a
And
failure.
he gets a failure. Test attack. Roll a skill check or would harm you. It takes a -2 status penalty to its roll. So it's kind of like a sanctuary type of thing, in a way. He's going to be penalized if he attacks you or attempts a skill check that would harm you.
Let's see here. As a failure, since it was a failure, it says as success, but the target also becomes sickened 1 each time it damages you.
Alright, so remember that. Make a note of that. Wildling Word, I'll do it likewise. So if he does, we can look that up again. Alright, no need to look it up now. You're not threatened by him. He's trying to get out of the way of those fungus limbs. Okay, we're going to go to Anorian. You're up, my friend.
And Orian's going to lift the hammer up to the heavens. And you would all see the hammerhead turn as cold as ice before he brings it down on the creature. Hit. So, you're going to take 8 points of bludgeoning damage. In addition, you're going to also take 16 points of cold damage. And that's it. One action to recharge Spell Strike and then Spell Struck.
Spell struck. You and your spell strikes. Good stuff. Good stuff, Kyle. Good stuff.
We need the heavy-handed offense right now.
Good stuff. I like it. We're going to the next round. Round 16. Again, this is like 1, 2, 3. This is the third combat we've had. Non-stop.
Now,
Chevy.
doesn't my fright drop off?
It loses 1 at the end of your turn. So yeah, it'd be gone by that point. Sheffy, you're up.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay. Mr. Fireballs has entered the fray. Ah, damn. Keep in mind, you got one of these Caligni right on your butt. He's got revenge in his mind. Set me alight, you smelly goblin creature. As he
Let's move down 5-foot step. Then I'm gonna blast them with another burning hands.
Terrible, terrible man. Terrible goblin.
Okay.
Burning Hands?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me make an attack of opportunity. As you attempt to cast magic with manipulation, the one to your left whips about to see you bump into him. He attempts to slash at you with his sword. Yes, small goblin, thought you'd sneak by me, did you? And 33.
Hit, not critical.
Oh, 1 point from crit. That would have knocked your spell. Oh well. He's going to roll damage against the goblin. "12 points of piercing damage, and give me a fortitude save. As black ichor is coated on this blade.
26.
You're good. You're good, Sheppy. Now you can finish your spell.
Okay.
Creature needs to make a DC 27 basic reflex. The one up top.
"30. What happens?
6 hit.
I think he'll take half damage. So,
Only 5.
5.
What is this?
Burning Hands.
Is it a ranged attack?
No, he's within a 15-foot cone.
Put the spell in the chat so I could read it. It's been a while. Okay, as simple as that. Alright, Sheppy, well done. That is 2 actions and a step, so you're done. Now it's the creature. Alright, the creatures. The creatures.
Well, yep, we're fucked.
Alright.
Uh-oh.
Their movements are all done except the last one. So, let me see. These two here only have 1 action to it. Well, 2 actions for this guy. This guy's going to attack Cadwin. He's got 1 action. After moving into the room, he's going to make 1 strike. And then we're going to go to somebody else. He's using a ichor-coated short sword to lash at you, dwarf. While you stand atop the fire pit. 23. That is a miss.
The miss. The miss.
This one directly behind him, the one that entered second, is going to do likewise with an ichor-covered sword against the goblin. He's going to have 2 strikes. As their friends have showed up, reinforcements have arrived. 33.
Hit, not critical.
Alright, let's roll damage normal first. And then you're going to make a save. Fortitude. DC 16. Okay, 9 points of damage. DC 16 Fortitude. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay, you're good.
19.
Alright, he's going to make a second attack. Against the poor goblin. Da, 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 30.
Hit, not critical.
Alright, damage. 9 points of piercing. And make another fortitude. DC 16. That's easy. It's a weak poison, it seems.
36.
Alright, you're good, Sheppy. Now this guy right here, he's going to attack continuously against Anorian. His first attack. There's no save on this, I don't think. Is there a save on his attacks against you? I think there is. Yeah, there is. 39.
That's critical.
Ooh, this one's going to be brutal on Anorian. We're going to do critical damage. And 26 total.
Still stand.
And make a fortitude. Ooh, you're on a hair's breadth. Oh,
I'm going to hero point that.
28. That's okay.
Good thing you had that.
Got one more left, too. We're going to have to back the fuck out of here, guys.
This one's against the dwarf, and then I'll finish off Anorian. I want to get one in on the dwarf with a good chance of hitting. 28. Got him. Got him. Give me a fortitude save, DC 16, dwarf, as you take 13 points of piercing damage. Okay, you got it. Some of you guys, you're only going to fail that on a 1. Alright. And one more attack back on Anorian. It's going to be harder to hit, but he's not afraid. You look weak. You're almost dead. You'll pay.
No, with that, I'm not.
25. Curse you,
Yeah.
curse you. He smirks. Your time is coming. And I got one more of these Caligni to take care of. That's the one that moves up to Agatha. This one's near death, but he's going to attempt 2 attacks on her.
Ignore that. I misclicked the button.
First attack, Agatha, is a 30.
That's a hit.
Give me a savings throw as you take 11 points of piercing damage.
Am I doing fortitude?
Fortitude DC 16. There's a
32.
Yeah, actually he didn't code his weapon, so we can ignore that. My bad. He doesn't have poison dripping from his blade. He didn't have time to apply it. But he does get another attack. So you're alright. You're okay. Ooh, 32.
I think that's a crit.
It is.
Yeah,
Yep,
her
it is.
DC is 22. That is a crit.
So that's a crit. Let's see what he can deal with this short sword. 26. That's doubled. Total 26.
You hear her cry out in pain as she hits the ground, closing her eyes.
Oh,
she
no.
is down.
No. You're already wounded too. Ooh. You're now dying 3.
If she's at dying 3, wouldn't that instant kill her?
Did I get a crit? I did.
Yeah.
So you'd go down dying 2, plus your wounded 2 is 4. Do you have 5?
Yeah, she's got Die Hard.
Alright, Die Hard just saved your life. Briefly. Normally you'd be dead right now. Dead. So you should be at dying 4, not 3. I don't know why it says 3. Oh, it didn't take into account my critical. That's why. Alright, Agatha, you're on the door once again. And it's done. We're going to go to Cadwin.
Cadwin is going to take a 5-foot step backwards. And he is going to cast Needle Darts once again. At the one who just attacked Agatha.
Okay, you can see him completely. So he's got no armor class bonus. Okay. Ooh, that's not good. That's a miss when he's a hero.
I'm going to hero point that. I'm going to try again.
Nice.
That's going to be a hit.
Alright. Rear damage. Or apply the effects, whatever it is.
22 piercing damage.
How much?
22.
Ah! As these darts pierce his flesh, his face, even his eyes, he screams in terror and pain. Curse you! He's near death, ready to collapse.
And that's going to be it.
All right, Cadwin, well done. Anorian,
Okay, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna go out swinging.
you are.
So, yeah, you would see lightning erupt from the head of the Warhammer. We're gonna spell strike with Shocking Grasp. 5th level.
All right, attack of opportunity here.
Spell strike.
Oh, you rat. Yes, curse you.
And I'm gonna hero point that.
Spells.
That's a critical hit.
Excellent.
This
Well
is about
done.
to get stupid.
Well done.
So, creature's gonna take 20 points of bludgeoning damage, and this is about to get absolutely stupid.
This guy here?
Yeah, the one I've attacked previously.
Oh, I see your targeting thing. Yeah. Okay.
And then, so 20 points bludgeoning, and then we're gonna double this. So, what's 37 doubled? An additional 74 points of electricity damage.
Your weapon damage is doubled too.
Yep. So that was already, I'd already hit the critical button on that one.
Okay.
Describe the carnage, Kyle.
Yeah, as the Warhammer ignites with a crackle of lightning, he slams it down on the creature. It immediately erupts in this pillar of lightning and just eviscerates it as the hammer penetrates deeply into the creature's skull, and the body is consumed with a pillar of lightning. He'll kind of look to the other two Caligni in sackcloth. Give you one chance to surrender, or meet the same fate.
I'll let you make a diplomacy check. Could be an intimidation, too.
Diplomacy on its way.
They're all charisma. Whatever. Roll it. 24. Close, but no cigar. Your death will please us, intruders. Is that it?
All I got.
Gonna go to the next round, round 17, and it starts off with Sheppy.
All right. Pull up the spell list.
How are you guys?
Click on.
Hold on here. Sorry, Jesse. How are you guys on hero points?
I just used my last.
I think I got one.
Ted? Agatha?
Actually, two.
I have one.
How about you, Agatha?
I don't think I have any left.
Okay. Go ahead, Jesse. Sorry.
Okay, click dinosaur form. Here we go. Sheppy begins to shake and quiver as he starts to grow in size.
All right, hold on. Let me make my attack of opportunity here. It might all be for naught if I get a crit. This one back here. Just this guy. I don't want to spoil your fun. Oh, he got a 20.
That is a critical
Oh
hit.
no, I spoiled your fun.
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
Yep, spell slot's lost.
Well, let's see. I got a 39. Yeah, that's definitely crit. So he'll do some damage, critical damage, but you're going to lose your spell casting here. So, yeah. The actions are gone. Sorry, Jesse. Dinosaur
And a
form.
fortitude.
Yes. Well, that works like what Dizzy does. Like when she turns into a snake and stuff, it's very similar, but yours are all dinosaurs. Holy smokes. Tyrannosaurus.
Yep.
Wow.
I just lost it though.
Yeah, you did. You still got one action left.
Alright, he used his attack of opportunity, so I'm gonna move.
In what direction?
Uh,
Door?
towards the door, yeah.
Let me make your save for you. You gotta make that fortitude save. I don't see it in the chat. You're okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a pineapple.
This one has an attack of opportunity, but he's still holding it. Alright, Sheppy, you're done? I'm gonna go to Agatha.
Here we go, death save.
So it's a failure, so you go dying 1 plus you're wounded, which is
That's dying 5.
2, so it's total 7. So you're dying 7. Everything goes black.
So as a reaction, Cadwin is going to cast Breath of Life on Agatha.
Trigger. A living creature within range would die. Okay, that applies. Your blessing revives a creature at the moment of its death. You prevent the target from dying and restore 5d8 hit points to the target. You can't use Breath of Life if the triggering effect was a death effect or an effect that leaves no remains, such as disintegrate. This was just dying. Yeah. So you got it. So roll your healing. That was low. 23. Of course, you're still wounded. You're wounded 4. If you go down again, Dizzy, you're dead. It's just instant
Gotcha.
death. Okay. But let's take away that dying condition. Okay. You're wounded 5. Well done. I'm holding off on the hero points, but I'm going to give you one right now, Cadwin. That was awesome. Well done. And that was your reaction. Okay, the creatures are next.
You had your chance to run away. Throw down your weapons and surrender at once.
This one right here calls out. They all begin to hold off, their blades readying over your body, Agatha. This one here steps over the body of the other, his weapon raised and ready to strike. Cadwin, you're up. They have not attacked you. They're calling you to surrender. Throw your weapons down. What do you do, Cadwin?
Unfortunately for them, I don't understand that language.
I can kind of relay what they're saying if Fritz will allow me.
So unless that's allowed.
Honorian, I'll let you kind of take your action at the same time.
Yeah, Honorian will do that as well. He'll kind of relay everything these Caligni have been saying in common.
It's pretty obvious what their intent is. They're not attacking, they're threatening while screeching out some language you don't understand. You would recognize it as like a, you better surrender. So I'll let you two go at the same time.
Cadwin will hold action. He'll stay his hand, he'll hold action in case they decide to attack. If they do, then he'll go.
So you're readying an action.
But he's ready, he's gonna hold. Yeah.
So if they move close, you attack. Holding an action is where you go off the initiative and insert yourself in the round whenever you want.
Gotcha.
The round's almost over.
Yeah, he's ready.
Okay. How about you, Honorian? What do you do?
Yeah, Honorian's going to kind of look back to the others. Don't think we really have much of a chance. If we go outside, we're going to get torn to pieces by the blob.
We asked you to leave. You just break in here and you kill our compatriots.
He says in Undercommon.
Honorian will reply back. What was that name of that cult leader up above?
Dulac.
Durlock said she sent an envoy here. Your people got incredibly testy from the start. We did not want bloodshed.
If Dulac is what you say she is, then bring her here. She would certainly come if she is your ally. We cannot take your word for it. We don't know who you are. You could be lying.
Then maybe leave and go do that then.
We will let you go. But be warned, you have failed our friends. There will be retribution.
Then we are at an accord then.
You will leave one of your friends here for us. And then we will let you go and bring her with you. He will come to no harm, whoever you leave behind.
Take me.
Then take you we shall. Your weapons will remain with us as well.
He'll kind of look to Cadwin, Agatha, and Sheppy. Get her down here.
Cadwin, what do you do? Because you're kind of reluctant to even go along with this, but you're not looking good. What do you do?
The Honorian seems to be conversing with them and coming to some kind of agreement. Cadwin will stand down and hop down off the table and kind of... He'll approach the goblin kind of hesitantly. He's not had good history with goblins.
They're just ugly.
But this one has shown that he's not one to be concerned about as a foe at the moment. see. We'll try and well,
Yeah,
not
and
battle.
also Honorian's also kind of speaking to them as Sackroth, but he's also translating for those who can't.
But what I'm wanting to do is try and do. If I can't do battle medicine, I want to treat wounds on the goblin here.
You can
And
do
he'll
that.
kind
We're
of
still in
start to
encounter
do-
mode. If you want to use battle medicine, you can do that.
And he'll kind of turn back to the Caligny and he'll offer the Warhammer to him.
And he takes it. One of them takes it. One steps between you and your friends. And they pull out a rope. And they begin to grab hold of you and wrap it around your shoulders and your upper arms. And then tying it around your wrists. Which, do you resist or do you allow?
No, Honorian's in no position to resist.
All
Got
right.
2 hit points left, for God's sake.
Alright, if there's any obvious weapon on your waist or belt or it's obvious, they will take that from you. The one of them will take it.
Hand axes, Earthbreaker, Alchemist Fire, Shield. That's it.
And they back you up towards the door. The other two kind of back away. And
Now, you will return with this Dulac and let us know of your true intentions. But if you do not bring her back, then you are liars, and your friend will die. We will give you 12 hours. Now be gone.
We're going to do the treat wounds with assurance, so I can't fail that with the DC 20. Sheppy is going to heal 23 points.
nobody asked Sheppy what he's going to do. What are you thinking, Jesse? This all happened, so we're not going to retcon. You're probably in awe. What are you going to do?
I'm so tempted, so tempted.
You have to think of your friends.
I do. So, who is this Dulac? I don't know her. How are we gonna get past the blob creature?
Kane will kind of grumble at him in Goblin. Quit your squirming. You're bleeding all over the place.
Agatha, are you unconscious?
No,
Yeah,
got
she's
healed.
on.
No, you have,
She maybe have been healed, but she's still unconscious.
no, you should be. You should have 23 hit points. You're no longer unconscious, but you're just prone. Yeah, you're no longer at 0 hit points. You've got hit points. You're not unconscious. You wake up at that stage, so you are actually awake. If you want to insert yourself into this, you can.
She'll follow in with the group, and then she'll kind of mumble to the others. If we come to the blob, I'll take care of it.
I'm going to give everybody a hero point at this stage. If you're not going to do anything more, we'll go drop out of encounter mode. I just need to know what you guys are going to do. The three of you have gathered yourself on the opposite side of the chamber. There's 2 more of these guys. Put the wrong one out there. And they look pretty fresh and ready to go. And they have their bows drawn, dripping with an ichor. And they're commanding you to leave at once.
Well, it doesn't look like we have much of an option. None of us are in any condition to confront these. Like we have to go back and get her. But I'm not sure we'll be making that journey either.
Do you leave out the door?
Yeah, you know what? I didn't get those 23 hit points that I was healed.
I got you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna put
Clicked
you
on the
outside
button, but
chamber.
nothing happened.
I'm gonna bring you outside the chamber because I don't think you're gonna sit in there anymore. They're forcing you out. So, limping mess. Our 3 companions vacate the premise. In 12 hours, they have to return with this Dulac. If they're to get their friend back and get safe passage and perhaps friendship with these people, although that's not looking too likely at this stage. Mistakes happen. We'll see.
Gotta love that dark vision.
Yeah, you can see all over the place with that.
Yeah, I can.
Little creepy crawlies. All right, so let's take a break. It's 8:30. We'll take a little 5 to 10 minute break. You guys can discuss your next move. Poor Kyle's character is now a hostage. All right? So, good stuff. Before we go, everybody gets a hero point, so make sure, except Cadwin, I gave him his early, but everybody else gets 1 hero point for this encounter. So give yourself a hero point if you haven't already added it. Okay, and then we're going to go on break. So folks, we're going to be right back. Good stuff, good stuff. Having a blast. It's always a good time playing with these guys. We'll be right back.
we come across together in our current condition.
Yeah, how about we all just go and we heal ourselves on the way, and we'll just encounter what we encounter together instead of one person being alone.
So I'll go with that.
Okay, we're back. Part 2. And let's jump right into this. So Honorian is being held hostage in a back room. He doesn't know where he is. It's dark. He's bound. His weapon's been taken from him. The rest of you, the 3 of you, including Sheppy, this new member, or old member of the Companions, returning once again. What a story he's got to relate. More on that later. But right now, Agatha, the dwarf, Cadwin, and Sheppy find themselves out in the middle of where there is the wilds of the Underdark, surrounded by glowing fungus, crystals, a lake to the east, or to the west rather, sorry. To the west is a lake. You can see it, and you can see the glow of the fungus around its shoreline. To the south, where lies the dwarf enclave, which is obviously where you would go. Will take you some time to navigate back through there. You don't see any creatures ahead. Perhaps a good hasty run is in order. Or perhaps a more cautious advance, using cover and stealth. How do you intend to make your way back to the Drow enclave?
Well, I assume we're just going to make our way back following Althea, or Agatha, because she knows the way. And as we're going, we'll heal each other with medicine checks as we're moving.
Takes 10 minutes to do that. But you can't do anything else. If you're going to be bandaging each other, you can't do anything else for 10 minutes. You'd have to take a break. You'd have to stop. And you're immune for an hour once...
How far away is she? I mean, is it like 12 hours away, or is it 2 hours? What?
It's going to be 2 hours if we start right now. You could get to the Drow Enclave, make your way up to the top, and get there in 2 hours. It's a crawl.
Well, we have time.
If you use haste, which is an exploration activity, it means you're moving quickly. It'll take half as long. But you run the risk of setting off traps and so on and so forth. And you can't use any other exploration activities like scouting, moving stealthily, casting spells repeatedly, and so on and so forth, searching. You can't use any of those because those actions half your exploration movement. So you can't do any of that. Idea. If you want to use haste and just run through it, that'll double your speed. So it'll take an hour to get up to Dulac.
Let's not use haste, because I can do, if we do the 2 hour trip, I can do Vital Beacon, which allows me to heal us on the way.
Okay, that works.
All right. Oh, there's Honorian. I brought him into the party token. You'll have to tag along, Honorian. All right, I'm
with you in spirit.
All right, yeah. You can quickly navigate through here. You've just been here. And as you make your way through these pathways in between these fungus growths, this forest, as it were, you see shadows moving. You see more of those floating fungus creatures that almost did you in. In the distance, you can see that movement. You make haste and you head towards the outlet, back towards the Drow enclave where the fog is. Now, you make it there. And Cadwin, as soon as you get into that cave with the fog, the mist that's in the south, this black fog, you see within it once again, you see with your dark vision the shadowy movements of figures, mouths that seem to float out of nowhere and then gibbering away. The frightening thing that you look upon. But you all look past it. Hugging the wall to the north, you make your way towards that secret door, which you can see plainly from this side, that leads to the Drow Enclave. With a push and a shove, the door moves in. It grinds, stone on stone. And there you find yourself in this very narrow passageway that you recognize leads to the Drow Enclave. It doesn't take you long to backtrack familiar terrain, and you find yourself passing one of the Drow guards who acknowledges you. At this stage, you can continue to the north and try and find your way back up above to that set of spiral steps. You're sure you can find it. Or you can split ways or decide to go towards the Drow entirely as a group. Which do you do?
If we're all confident we can find the stairway up, and that's going to be the quickest way, I'll vote for that.
Yeah, the quickest way is definitely the best way to go.
All right, all three of you make perception rolls blind. If you want to use survival, you can use that instead. They're both based on wisdom, so I don't think there's much difference unless you're trained in one over another. So use survival or perception. Make it opposed. DC is in my head. All right. Three of you are good.
While we're traveling, I also cast Vital Beacon. I've got it in chat. Basically, each one of us, if we, so I'll type, depending on who gets hurt, who's hurt first, it'll be the first one that I'll let should go off on, and then it'll go down from that way. I'm not sure how bad off the others are.
Put this in the chat.
Is.
So I know exactly what you're talking about here.
You send it again.
Cast time 1 minute. Duration until your next daily preparations. Okay. Vitality radiates outward from you, allowing others to supplicate and receive healing. Once per round, either you or an ally can use and interact to supplicate and lay hands upon you to regain hit points. Okay. Each time the beacon heals someone, it decreases its strength. It restores 4d10 hit points. Ah, life. Gotta love it. 48 hit points the second time, 46 the third, and 44 the fourth, after which the spell ends. You can have only one vital beacon active at a time. This is a fun spell. So it only takes a minute to do this. If you want to cast this now, and everybody... well, what's the beacon? You?
Me.
All right, so you can travel with this going on.
Yeah. So I'm. Yeah, this is a exploration spell.
Yeah, it takes a full minute to cast the damn thing, but that's okay. You can do that. You can take pause and do this.
So as we're walking along, I'm casting. I'm chanting to try to give us health, to give us strength.
However you want to imagine it. So, and that'll last until your next preparation. So for the rest of the session, yeah, you guys can touch him. The first one to touch him gets 40-10. The second person to touch him gets 48, and then 46, and then 44, and then the spell dissipates. So he's literally a vital beacon. A
Can he heal
font.
himself with it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I can.
It doesn't say that. I imagine he could.
It says once per round, either you or an ally can use an interact action to supplicate and lay hands. So I can touch myself and heal.
You're right. It does say that.
Yeah. You should take the 4d10 right off the bat, because you're the lowest in health, I think. And Agatha should touch you the second time, and then I'll get the third.
Mama.
That'll work. And then I'll leave one more charge at 44.
We'll save that one, I guess.
Heals for 21. Well, I can't because we're in a group. So pause. I'll go ahead and fix it here, though. Agatha will get back 18 for Agatha. And 12 for Shepard.
Got it.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I don't know if you're on the same spot on the map, but you're on the map that's above. You managed to find your way through. And it's taking you about an hour and a half to get here. You've worked your way up. You are greeted by some drow guards who acknowledge you. They've seen you before, although they're very hesitant when they see the presence of a goblin.
Is he with you? Who is he?
Why, he's with us. Don't mind him.
One of them goes up to the door, or the stone that functions as a door, and you see him begin to move a certain way around the edge, and then he presses with his one hand and presses with the other as if he's doing something to the stone with runes upon it. And with a clunk, the stone begins to turn in on itself with ease, and you're able to pass. You continue on. Once again, you find yourself in a chamber that, again, like below, is full of fungus and mushrooms, oversized, huge mushrooms. You're sticking to the path, correct? I'm assuming?
Wise, yes.
All right. Just as you close in towards the door, which is open at this point. If you remember, this door had a barricade on the other side of it that you took away. The door is still open. And as you look to the west of this chamber, which is glowing, again, your eyes are drawn to what looks like bodies that are wound up into a web, as if some great spider dwells within. You don't see anything, you don't hear anything, but you sense, yes.
Yeah, we're not going that way.
That might be a dangerous place indeed. Assuming you push on, you do make it through the chamber. And all the way back to where the Caligni dwell. Oops, we don't want to go that far. Of course, the Caligni here do allow you safe passage, and even have allowed you to stay here because of what you did for them. Going to the chamber that only you guys are allowed to knock upon, you see Dulac in the chamber. Now, go ahead and roleplay this any way you want. She greets you.
You return. Have you come to worship with us? What news do you bring?
Go ahead, Ted.
What language is she speaking?
Oh yeah, we better double check that. I know it's Caligni. Sakvroth. So I guess she didn't speak common, unless I changed that. I don't know if I put a note about that. I don't remember.
If that's the case, Cadwin will look to Agatha and be like, let her know, tell her what's up.
Sheppy's just going to hang in the back.
Agatha's gonna look at Dulak and go, "We need you to go put this down to the next level. One of our companions is being held hostage because apparently the Caligni downstairs were not expecting us to come downstairs, and they do not believe us that you are a friend of ours."
Do you want to roleplay this any other way? Is there anything else you want to say or do to convince her to come down? And as far as you know, she is on good terms with you guys. I would classify it as friendly. Alright? You would know this. Of course, all of this is based on a lie. But
She'll additionally add, if you do not come down there with us and try to convince him that you are friends with us, they will execute him.
And why would that bother me?
Perhaps there is a trade that can be made in order for you to come down with us.
You helped us a great deal. You found the jewel eggs and allowed us to worship. And I promised you safe passage below where there are other Caligni. I will keep to my word. But I'm afraid my time is quite precious at the moment. I have things I must do in preparation for, well, I will spare you the details.
And I'm pretty sure you are well aware of the reason why we are within this gauntlet to begin with. If we do not make it all the way down and deal with Balcora, then not only will the outside be in peril, but you and those that worship your god.
Such things do not matter to us. All we want is to worship in peace. I must tell you that we are not very welcome amongst the other Caligni. We are seen as outcasts. They are not worshippers like us. But I can put in a good word for you.
Dizzy, I'd like you to make a diplomacy check to make a request. If you want to attempt anything else, please state such as if you want to make an impression. She's somewhat friendly to you, so you have the option of just making a request here, which mechanically is a charisma check, diplomacy check.
Cadwin's going to say a prayer and cast guidance on Agatha. Give her a +1 to her skill check.
You can do that.
Agatha's going to think for a moment. Look at Dulak and go, "You say that there have been times when I have come down here not once but twice. You know that why we are coming down here, and I am beseeching you to help us."
Are you begging? Getting on your knees?
She glances back at the other two, and
just make your diplomacy roll. Just make it roll.
She basically gets on her knees.
Cadwin, not understanding anything that's been said, will kind of follow suit, not sure what's going on.
Dulak.
25.
All right.
26. Yeah, +1 for guidance.
26. Okay.
You know I'm willing to help you as much as I can. It's just my time is precious. If there was some other way that I could help you, either that or you will have to wait.
We only have 12 hours before they execute it if we are not down there in time.
10 hours. Took you 2 hours to get up here.
10 hours.
I will require a few hours' time, and I shall meet you back here. I promise. And I shall come with an escort. I am familiar with the threats that lie below here. I will bring some of our followers with me. But you will have to wait. For the next 4 hours, I have things to attend to. You are welcome to go to the spare chambers you are familiar with and remain there and wait for us. But you have my word. And with that, she leaves the chamber.
What did she say last?
Doesn't look like we have much of a choice.
You'll see Agatha stand up. She'll wait till Dulac leaves the room and everything, and all of a sudden you just see Agatha just whirl in anger, just taking her staff and hitting it against the one wall near as hard as she can, just like in a almost in a fit of anger, like almost barely controlling herself.
Right. 4 hours goes by. So you got 6 hours left. She arrives. She returns once again, and she has 4 other Caligny worshippers, cultists, with her as well, who all look at you suspiciously. They know who you are. They've seen you before. All except Dulac have a sense of suspicion about them. We are pleased to say that I am free. Now come. You shall take care of this at once.
While we were waiting, keep an Annoyant in the loop. I'm going to cast a message and basically tell him what's going on, about how long it should take us to get back, and that we're on our way.
Who are you sending this to?
Annoyant.
Let's see, 500 feet? Yeah. Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, Honorium will get the message and just, you would hear him coughing, voice sounding pretty weak. Take your time, I'm in no rush.
And you begin your journey down through the tunnels from whence you came. She's very, very cautious when she enters this room where the webbing was. We must be careful here. There is a large spider creature that dwells in here. She begins to breathe heavy as you begin to move to the south. She's not familiar with this area. They don't go through here too often. And once they get up to the rock, you see that it's actually slightly open. And as you push on it, you see one of the drow is peeking through and allows you entry back inside. You return once again. What business do you have in the Enclave? I heard there are things positive about you, says one of the drow. No reply? Okay.
He just kind of looks at Agatha because he doesn't understand what the guy is saying.
The drow you should be able to understand. It's common.
He's speaking common. Oh, if he's speaking common, all right, lad. We have had a mixed task we had to do to help one of our own. Trying to get this taken care of so we can get on with it.
I see one of your number is missing. Interesting.
That's the one we're trying to help, lad.
Be on your way.
And one of them turns back to the little stones there. You hear a clunk as the stone turns in itself, like as if it was locking. And Dulac, not speaking common, continues to lead the way, ignoring the conversation, and looking at the drow, quite suspicious. But they let you pass. All right. Let's see where we are now. It's going to take a little less time. It's going to take another hour. So 5 hours left. And you make your way down to where the drow enclave is. You pass through a couple more seated guards, as you've done. You recognize the path now much better, and you're able to make good time. Now at this stage, you can continue south into from whence you originally came, back to the Calignes, or you can stop off at the Drow Enclave. You have 5 hours remaining. What would you like to do?
And we're at the
Don't mind the
Enclave.
wings. Go.
We're still at the Enclave.
Yeah, you're at the Drow Enclave right now.
Okay. If there's any of them around, Cadwin will walk up to one in common and ask if there's anyone that can offer any healing or healing supplies. It was a bit rough getting there and back, and anything they can do to help would be appreciated.
All right, you could ask. Right now, you're at the cusp of entering the Drow Enclave. Remember when you first entered here? Remember that big room, and there was like these 3 Drow, and they're playing. Yeah. All right, you're outside of that. You're not in that room yet. You're right in the corridors outside of that. Here's where you have to make up your mind. Do we head into the Enclave, or do we head south and continue on to where we came before, where we got in a big fight? If you want to consult the Drow, you can do so. One of the guards on the outside in the tunnels would say, yeah, well, of course, there's healing. You could go on in. But they can't give you any details. So if you want to head into the Drow Enclave, I need to know that. Or just make haste to Honorian.
Cadwin will look to the others. We can go on and head on back and finish this up, or we can take a moment and try and heal us in case things go south again.
I do not trust these drow, says Dulac. Let us move to where we need to be. You look in good shape. Let us go. Let's get this over with.
And she begins to head down the tunnel. As if she knows where it is.
Cadwin
Agatha follows her.
Cadwin kind of shrugs and says, all right, then.
All right, you all head south? Okay. All right, you move through the secret door and into the room that has the fog in the south. Oh, it's so nasty. But you stick to your plan, and you all begin heading north. And let me see here. I want to make sure you come to the map right where I want you to. So let me double check this and activate the map. And now we are going to roll a die. As you make your way back in, I'll make this public. This is a DC 5 flat check. Ooh. Okay. That's going to be followed by a nice D12. Of course, you guys have no idea what this is. Something tells me you're about to find out. Let's see. 5 hours minus 4. You got about 3 hours left.
Cadwin will point the way they need to go. So, all right, let's get this done then.
And you begin to make your way up through the forest. Of mushrooms and other such things. And you get to right about here. What I need to know now is what kind of exploration activities are you taking? Are you making haste, or is this... I think we weren't doing the haste thing. You guys were...
No.
Doing things. In which case, I need to know your marching order, which I should have took. Dwarf, I'm going to say you're first.
Cadwin will go. Cadwin will lead. Will go first.
Agatha. And the goblin in the rear. Okay.
That's cool.
Father, I had you at scouting to the front. Is that good?
Yeah, I'm scouting. As far as that, back in the beginning, that I had to check Agatha. I was doing that with assurance DC, so that was like 15. I get like, do I need to go and roll for that still? Because I automatically get a 20 now.
What are you doing?
So the treat wounds to get rid of her dying conditions.
Yeah, you could stop for 10 minutes and do that.
Did we do that originally? Do I still need to roll?
If you got assurance, no, you just...
Yeah, it's straight up. So that should be good.
Sorry, I'm doing a bunch of things at once here. But anyway, as you get to about here, everybody make a blind perception roll.
Then
Hey, what was that? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Did you see that? You notice behind you something is pursuing, something is following along in the distance. Goblin, you pick up on this right away. And in the distance below you, you can see what looks like a pair of drow. And they're armed. Now, I'm not going to go into encounter mode because you're not really reacting. I'm just telling you what you've spotted, Goblin. So it's up to you what you do with that information. Nobody else sees this or notices anything up behind you, but the Goblin can see.
All right, Sheppy's gonna relay to everyone here. We're being followed.
And you continue moving forward. Do you stop, Cadwin, to survey the area, or how do you react to that?
what is it, lad?
Or drow. I don't recognize them. They're staying just out of sight, but I can see them.
All right, we'll keep an eye on them. They just following. We ain't got time to be messing. If they start acting a fool, then we'll deal with it.
All right, Sheppy will keep an eye on them as we move.
The three of you have made your way back up to the chamber, keeping your eye to behind you, Sheppy. There's times where you feel like you see them, you know where they are, and then they're out of sight again. But you're sure they're following behind, but you can't spot them at this moment. The moment is where you reach the entryway once again. The doors look soundly shut. Something seems different, but you can't place it. You're at the head. Dwarf, what do you do?
Oh, so once we get back, he'll go back to the same door, the same room that they left out of, and he'll if it's closed out of courtesy, he'll knock on the door, then he'll open it and stay outside of it, just to see what he can see through the door.
Okay. All right, you guys move up to the door. I got your marching order. You're all good. Now, the Calignes that are with you, at this point, they're right behind you, Sheppy. Okay, there's 5 in all, side by side, kind of in a loose grip. This place looks somewhat familiar to me, she says, Dulac. As you reach up to touch the door, however, dwarf, you feel the hair on the back of your neck and on your arms stand up straight as all of a sudden you feel an explosion of electricity rage through your body. I need everybody to make a basic reflex save. As the door explodes with lightning energy. This is a basic save. The DC is 26.
Failed.
33.
The damage is 35 points of electricity damage as this glyph of warding, which is placed on the door, ignites. Now, Agatha, you might have been able to sense this had you been using Detect Magic, but that was not the case. The door explodes with a glyph of warding. So anyone that fails the DC 26 will take full damage. DC was 26. So Agatha, you passed. You only take half damage, which in this case is going to be
13.
18? 18.
17.
18.
I want a hero point that roll if I can't save myself some pain. Nope.
The door is
I'll
trapped.
take it all.
Wow, you almost critically failed. That would have been worse.
That would have been
Double
worse. That'd have taken me out.
So if you failed, it's 35. If you passed, it's half that. So 15 plus 3, 6, 18 points. Would be half.
Oh yeah, I'm already there.
Okay. And this also affects the Caligni, who've also taken some damage.
Ah! And the bunch of them look like this is a trap. What have you led us into? The door was trapped.
Let's open the door. At this stage, you want to continue opening the door? I'll assume you opened it. While you did this. I'll give you that much.
Almost involuntarily, as it shoots through his body, the door twitching like crazy. He tosses the door open.
You guys are all twitching. Just step through the portal.
Standing on in every direction.
Okay. You can all step inside here. The Caligni as well. And you see the original 2 up here. It's been about 8-10 hours. So you've got time. You've made it in time. Let me give this guy some healing because he earned some. With some potions.
Everyone's going to use it, interact, and that last charge of healing he's holding on to.
Okay, so
You have returned. Lucky for you. Where is this Dulac you speak of?
and Dulac steps forward through the portal.
Your filthy traps. These are friends of mine. Why do you attempt to slay them?
And assume there's a cat under my table. This scared the hell out of me. Yeah.
You are Dulak, the cult leader, the one who no longer dwells with her own kind, but worships some sickly beast. These are friends of yours, you say?
Yes. They helped us. Quite effectively they did as well. They are of no harm to you. In fact, they might be of some benefit. I make all this trip just to say this to you. You are so arrogant.
Arrogance.
And this little conversation goes back and forth, and you can tell that there is a definite distrust, if not disliking, of one another. And this goes on for at least 15 minutes, back and forth with this almost confrontational exchange. But in the end, after about a half an hour of negotiations, Dulak says,
The deed is done. They have told me that they would like you to meet their leader. I would be cautious of them. I do not trust any of them. But they have taken my word that you can be trusted, as I trust you. And with that, we are going to be on our way. I fear this place will not last long. There are things outside that watch with many eyes. You are in danger. I hope you know that.
Did Shippy relay to the entire group, including them, that he saw the two drow following?
That's up to Jesse.
Yeah. I'm not seeing him now.
If that's all you're going to say, they bid adieu and they leave the Caligny. The other Caligny
You will meet with our leader, Galudu.
Gotta write that down.
You did what to who do?
Galudu. Wait a minute. UDU. Galdu. Okay. That's their leader. And there's a room beyond the door to the south that you can go in and wait for her arrival.
She would like to talk to you. In the meantime, I suggest you keep your weapons at your waist.
Now, Honorian, you're brought into the room. You're no longer bound at this point. Where is your token? You're way down here, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Let me bring you up. Here he comes. Here he comes. But they haven't tended to your wounds or anything, so you're just as bad off as you were before. So in the room to the south of here, they'll lead you into it, and they ask you to remain there to Galudu comes to meet with you.
And as they do that, Honorian will recollect all of his gear from them.
Yeah, you get all your weapons back. But you've been warned, do not draw them. There's plenty of bows pointed directly at you. Alright? And the door shuts. Now, the room you're led into,
Piles of broken furniture, rags, and other rubbish litter this dirty, soiled room.
It looks like some type of old rubbish storage type room. This is where you're supposed to meet with Galudu. Galudu? Galadu. Oh, brother, these names.
Nori will pull a elixir out of his bag and suck it down.
Alright, so everybody gets a hero point for that. That was good use of your time and choices. Very good.
I'm all full.
You are. Let's push time forward here. I gotta update the clock. Let me do that. Yeah, I'm gonna knock it up 10 hours.
Yeah, but after he chugs the potion, he'll do a medicine check on himself.
Okay. Don't forget that medicine check takes away wounded conditions. Make sure that's all gone.
While we're waiting, Cadwin will do treat wounds on himself.
That's normal success. Out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Isn't that the way of it usually?
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's how it usually is.
Indeed. Something we had the pleasure of meeting, Goblin.
Yes, I will fill you all in a minute. We need to get this taken care of.
I'm a Norian.
Yes, you're the one that we went through all this for. I hope it's worth it.
Could say the same about you, Goblin. Appearing out of a fire like that next to a fully engaged group. Good way to wind up with a few hammers.
I only know of Agatha. I don't know you guys. But she can vouch for me. I'm going to be heading out.
Well, keep in mind we don't have Rachel with us tonight, so we might go a little bit over. So if you want to jump back in when you get home, if you can. Do you hear me?
Sorry, what was that?
You didn't hear me. We'll still be here.
Okay.
Rachel's not here
I'll see
tonight,
you
so
guys.
we might go over an extra half an hour or so. All right.
All right.
All right, Jesse.
All right, I'll be back, guys.
All right.
My brother.
All right. In the meantime, while you wait, is there anything else you want to do? All right.
All we can do is wait.
Okay. You don't have to wait long. Stepping through the southern door, you see this individual. She's not necessarily holding the globe, but you get the idea. My name is Galadu. It is my pleasure to meet you. I have heard word that you helped Dulac. And perhaps you can help us as well. And she slightly bows in your direction. Somewhat friendly of a sort of Caligny. Doesn't seem to be armed or threatening. She does have a certain glow about her, however.
Honorian will try to return the bow, but his wound's still clearly evident. What do you need assistance with?
You cut to the chase, don't you? I like that.
I'm hurt, I'm beat up, I'm wounded. I don't really have time for word game.
Beat up and wounded. You're not so strong as I thought then, perhaps. You see, my followers here are the last remnants of the Caligni that dwell here, outside of those simpletons above, Dulac and her cult, whatever. But these here with me, we are the last of our kind here. We were chased from the Darklands. Some calamity which I won't go into, but we want to go home now. It has been far too long being trapped so long in this lodge. And she's speaking about the structure that you're currently in. We have been trapped here many weeks by the creatures that dwell outside. We cannot get away. We cannot return back to the Darklands. Perhaps you can help us.
You're speaking about those giant tentacle creatures, if I'm not mistaken.
No. Far worse indeed. The creatures that prevent us from going home. One lies to the east, a dragon. You know of dragons, don't you? He blocks our way. A black, sinister dragon.
Agatha immediately pipes up. I'm sorry, did you say dragon?
She said a dragon.
And if that frightens you, there is an alternate route as well, that perhaps you could clear a way for us. It's in the south. It's some type of demon that dwells within a black fog. Perhaps you can defeat that creature, yes. Defeat either one, it matters not to us, but those are the ways back to the Darklands. If you can do that, you can help us. And I will reward you. I will reward you very well. You will be quite pleased. What say you?
In any event, before we can agree to either, we need to rest and recover our strength, heal our wounds. We're in no shape to fight anything at this point.
Of course. We can supply you with a room, but I'm afraid we have nothing else to offer. But a room and shelter. Indeed. We have been holed up here too long. We have nothing else and we must go soon. Or all of us will perish. You as well, with us. And she looks very desperate when she speaks to you, like she's not kidding around. Time is short.
I can see your desperation and your urgency upon your face. Might I make a request? Can you give me a few moments to speak with my companion? Hello.
I'll give you as much time as you like. And she exits the door. She exits the room, I should say.
Dragon or a demon, I do not like the idea of either. I'll look to Agatha and Cadwin.
We go down through and face that demon. You saw what it was doing to you. It was trying to draw you into the mist, and God and only deities knows what. We face the dragon. We face even greater death. So either way, we are basically. Agatha's just gonna shake her head and doesn't know what to say.
I believe the drow have a word: up the creek without a paddle.
Aye, well, if the demon's in the fog, I think that's the worst of the two.
Yeah.
This dragon is more.
Can I do a knowledge check on the dragon?
How are you going to do that?
Through nature check.
You're not looking at a dragon.
But she's gonna try and recall to know to see if she's ever heard of one.
Okay. Go for it.
You want this public or blind?
It should be blind.
I would like to attempt a warfare check.
Okay.
Trying to recall the fighting tactics and styles of, dragons and demons and what have you. How they tend to fight, what they tend to do.
One check
Roll
at a
incoming.
time here. Go ahead and make yours first, Agatha.
Sent you the roll.
So you're basically trying to find out, what did you roll anyway? Nature. Yeah, that's right.
I rolled for nature.
Your knowledge on dragons is very limited, particularly black dragons. Never actually seen one. Heard tales. Is there anything specific you were trying to find out? Just general knowledge of them, or what?
She's trying to recall if she's heard of them ever being fallen. Like, somebody's actually defeated one, figuring out what it was that weakened them. That sort of thing.
Oh, yeah, you've heard of them being felled before, but you have no clue how. Yeah. Now, Cadwin, what were you doing with warfare lore?
So doing a warfare roll, basically trying to think of past battles, against dragons or against demons, what was used to fight them, and what the creatures themselves, or how they tend to fight.
Okay. Your knowledge of dragons isn't very extensive either, sadly. Your experience underground at best, training with the dwarves, sadly did not involve dragons. Dragons weren't a thing for your clans and where they were. So your knowledge is very limited. The best you could tell is that dragons in general tend to be very large, intelligent, in many cases magical beings that could decimate entire villages, if not armies, in the open. Such a fight would be difficult indeed. Perhaps. Rumors say.
Could I attempt an arcana to see if I can recall the magic that dragons use?
Okay, just so you guys know, because you're not face to face with a dragon and looking upon one, and plus you don't have any source material, no pictures, images, nothing. You're completely going on your own memory and recollections. The DC for this is very steep. If you were face to face with a dragon, it might be a different story. Things might pop up in your head that you didn't think of before. So keep that in mind. But you can make these rolls. It's just difficult. So go ahead. Honorian.
On the way.
Gotcha. So, again, nothing specific about your knowledge on dragons. There is tales within Otari that a dragon lived under the town. You remember that, and it was a very small one. So, who knows? Maybe the dragon that lies ahead is just a small one, easily defeatable. With powerful warriors as yourselves, you should have no problem with such. But then again, the Caligni seem to be kind of cowering. Now, if somebody took something like dragon lore, might have a little bit more information to give you. But you don't have that, I don't think.
No, I got undead lore.
Yeah. So, basically, she's asking you for help. They want to get out of here. There's passages in this place that lead to the Darklands, evidently, which is where they come from. You want to get out of here. Or they want to get out of here. Sorry. They don't want to be here. And they kind of convey to you that they're trapped inside this series of buildings, whatever the structure is. They've been sticking it out here for some time, and the only ways out are blocked by these powerful creatures. One being a dragon, a black dragon, the other being a demon that dwells in some fog to the south of here. So if you can defeat them and open up the route for them, they would be grateful for you and give you a reward that is out of this world.
Perhaps they might even be willing to assist us.
I don't know about that. She makes out that these Caligni that are here, of which there are few in number, are the last survivors of her group. These are the strongest they have left, and they just want to get out. They're trying to get out of here. They're holed up in here because, like you've experienced, there's things outside of here that are pretty bad and nasty to begin with. So, time is limited.
Well, Trud would have me offer help, provided I am given the opportunity to rest and heal up, till I can be of help to them. But I cannot speak for all of us on this. What do you think?
I think we have very little choice.
You don't have to. You could actually say, well, good luck. We got other things to do. There's nothing forcing you to help them.
I don't think they're in condition to force us to do it. I don't think they want to lose any more than they already have. But I cannot turn down a call for help, especially when I'm so desperate.
We are in no condition to fight. If they ever try to swarm us, we'd be dead.
I say we rest, we heal up, and get our full strength, and then we can decide which evil to fell or be felled by when that time comes.
She speaks common, by the way.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. It's about time. She does offer a substantial reward. She doesn't say what the details are, but it's something powerful.
May be of use against Valcora.
You can ask
And
her.
I think we'd be fools to turn down a weapon against the enemy.
Here's a bag of 50 coins for you. See ya.
Hammer time, lady.
Yeah. Alright, so what do you want to do? Because she comes back a short time later.
Have you made a decision?
Indeed we have.
They offer you a place to rest in here if you want. Rest as long as you want, but you know, if you want to do this, you got to do it soon so we can all get out of here. And you'll get your reward once you escort us safely to one of these destinations, if you clear them. Choice is yours.
Well, I say we rest, then we'll decide where. Thinking the demon will be more of a challenge than the dragon.
Indeed. We can do nothing without rest.
Cadwin will wait for them to lead them to where they can rest, so they can recover.
Alright. They lead you back into the room where you were before, and into the room where Anurian was kept. And you see some bags and sleeping quarters in here. And you're welcome to spend some time here, but there's also some other Calignes who are here. You'll have to share the chamber, but you're welcome to it. And they won't bother you. Although things look a little bit uncomfortable, them being in the same chamber with you and watching you closely, their hands close to their blades as they mess around with this ichor, toxin, poison, preparing for one final battle, perhaps with you, perhaps with something else. But there's two of them, and they're in that chamber with you right now. So if you want to attempt to rest, you can do that. Let's see how many hours have gone by.
If Agatha's going to be resting, she's going to look around, feel the atmosphere, and then she's going to decide to go back to the meat room to sleep by the fire.
So it's been 13 hours. You can sleep and get fully rested in here for 10 hours of sleep if you want to. Do you want to do that? All right.
Okay, I don't know if I find a spot to rest.
Okay, we're going to do that. Let me move time ahead 10 hours. And everybody can hit your button on there that gives you a full sleep, because nothing happens during the night. All right.
Could I have a chance to do spell preparations?
Yes, do it now.
Okay.
You as well, Nurian and Sheppy.
Yep, doing that right now.
Yep.
I'll wait for Jeff to do Sheppy's.
You're all spellcasters. Cadwin as well. Go ahead and do your spells. So, as you ponder all this stuff, those are your options. Kind of got a little side quest of sorts here if you want to take it. Might help you, might hinder you. Who knows? You're reminded of your goals down here. Find those lenses. And where these Erdefons dwell. I guess that's what you're going to try and do. Yeah. If you have any questions, throw them at me. Spellcasters.
Yeah, the life of a spellcaster.
Every 24 hours they go quiet as they all go into their spell books. Let's see. What spell do I remind myself of today? So yeah, let's take a note here. You're going to be waking up at 0800 hours. Gazran the 13th. Okay. 0820. So 12 hours from now is when you can sleep again. The night passes without incident. You all manage to get a really decent sleep with limited watch, because you know these Caligni are here as well, although I imagine you're keeping watch as normal. Hence, 10 hours for 4 people. Nothing unusual happens. Occasionally you hear the movement and shifting of these Caligni. They don't come too close to you guys, though. They're just keeping an eye on you, and then they're sleeping as well. During the night itself, outside of the structure, you occasionally hear strange scratchings upon the outside of the walls of this place, or the roof, perhaps. But nothing sinister, nothing attacks or breaks through, but there's definitely the presence of things around you. Occasionally you hear some otherworldly scream or moan sound off in the distance. But such would be expected in a place like this. And the Caligni don't try and strike up conversation with you or anything like that. You wake up. Everybody deduct one of your rations as well. And you should be good to go.
Got it. One ration.
I'll also tell you that in the southern door, right here, you see a glow coming from under the door. A white glow that seems to fade in and out, like as if something is moving about in there, although you don't hear anything. You do notice that, as its presence is pretty consistent throughout the night. The Caligni don't seem to be bothered by it.
Are these Caligni still in here with us?
Yes, by the time you wake up in the morning, they're awake as well. Again, watching you, doing their thing. Just the two of them. You don't see any others, though.
And Norian will kind of approach him and speak to them if they're willing.
All right. They speak under Common and Caligni.
Well, if you made it this far, you must be pretty impressive warriors for yourselves. I've seen you coating your weapons in some sort of ichor. Potent poison, perhaps?
Oh, yes. We are not stupid. We call this black smear. Because it smears upon our weapons quite effectively.
Perhaps a derivative of giant scorpion venom, and he goes and lists off a whole bunch of venoms. He's trying to upplay that he knows about these things when really he doesn't.
Are you going to help us? Not that we need help, but it would be appreciated.
If we can, we will try.
You should. There's reward for you.
Galadu has a wondrous item that would be very useful to you, I'm sure. It is of no use to us, but...
Well, that I have no doubt, but she said you've been here for many weeks. Have you taken the opportunity to scout the area, see what's around, local flora, fauna?
Scout? We don't live here. This is just a place to escape. There is danger everywhere. We've been trying to get out of these caves for a long time. The fools above Dulak. They seem to have found their little niche here. But not us. We're not part of this. This is not where we belong. Our homes are in the Darklands.
Right, so you haven't scouted. That's good to know. You know anything about the area?
As much as
On that
you.
creek. So you ran into those big
Yes.
poisonous creatures.
They know about all the creatures outside of here. Not specifics, but yeah, it's dangerous.
How did you deal with them?
Ran.
We found fire to be very effective.
Perhaps it was. We did not stick long around them. Why do you think we're in here? And not out there?
Interesting. And Honorian will turn and walk off.
They don't seem to know much. Or they're not sharing it with you. What they do know is that there's a dragon and another creature to the south that block their way out of here. So you get the impression this isn't their home. They don't hang out here and do things. They're trying to survive out here, and many of their number have been slain so far. And this is essentially the last of them.
Clever for surviving this long, these Caligni seem to be.
This chamber you're in, it's a room that's filthy and smells stale. Rags or tattered rugs and blankets litter the floor. It's essentially a sleeping chamber they've been using for some time now. That's about it for this chamber. Forgot to read that to you.
Gotcha.
Don't have to, actually. It's just the way it is in the map. That's
yeah,
it.
kind of figured.
What's that in the north wall? Cot? Yeah, shoes.
Bedroll?
Yeah, there's some shoes there. Bedroll. Backpack. They do have some glowing lights going on in here. A soft glow. That's about it. So
Yeah.
go ahead, Kyle.
I was just going to say that Honorian returns to the group.
So, what do we think? What's our best option?
If I had my option, I'd rather fight a demon than a dragon.
Aye, but if I remember right, you can bring him on to the fight as well, can you not?
I can bring a great many things to the fight. But I'm not like a wizard. I wield the power of magic through my weapon.
Well, I'm sure if I pray to Trud, he can send us one to help out.
As if to respond to what Cowan is saying, you see Agatha look at the group. snap her fingers and she casts Summon Fray.
What? Put that in the chat.
Don't go wasting stuff.
Summon Fae. I thought you said Frey. Suddenly Max appears. Oh, there he is. Hey, you guys. Range 30 feet. Duration sustained for up to 1 minute. So you gotta sustain it. You summon a creature that has the Fae trait, and whose level is -1 to fight for you. Wait a minute. A Fae trait and whose level is -1 to fight for you. So, oh, -1, literally -1, not -1 to something. It's not a modifier. It's level -1, like a goblin. If it had the Fae trait.
Yeah, basic goblin and normal hit would.
It is heightened though. You have this as a level 1 spell though, so that's not going to be much.
I couldn't find a higher one, so I was stuck with that one.
What's your intention here? Do you really want to do that? What's the intention?
Basically, she's going to use it to fight for her.
Just a level. I don't think it would survive even one round.
Couldn't you heighten it to like a level 5? You do level 5 spells.
She needs to do that when she prepares them.
Yeah. Like, Cadwin can cast Summon Dragon at level 5.
Yeah, I actually have it prepared.
Kind of did the same. That's kind of what he was hinting at.
So, Agatha, if you have access to 5th level spells, you could fill one of your 5th level slots with this spell, and it would be a 5th level creature.
Yeah, it'll do a lot more.
Yeah, a -1 would be something. Probably if you were going to have it to fight for you, it wouldn't last even a round. It's like having a little goblin companion with you, with 6 hit points. And he'd be dead with 1 attack. So if you're looking for something to fight for you, you probably want to heighten this spell up and get a 5th level Fae. You can do that, right? You're a witch. You're a little bit different. Your spells are very specific. If you want a heightened version of a spell, I think you have to learn that from your familiar specifically. You can't just prepare it. You're literally restricted.
So I went looking for it. I couldn't find it, so.
Yeah, that won't work then. If you don't know a 5th level version of this spell, you can't.
But she has plans for the Fae. The Fae. She has plans for it.
Okay. Well, do you want to do this?
Yeah.
All right. Look up a creature with the Fae trait. You can do that, right? I don't know if you have access to the monsters.
Don't think I do.
Compendium browser. No, this isn't what I want. Bestiaries. There it is. There's nothing here.
While she's doing that, Honorian will kind of look to Cadwin. Seems we're all no better for wear.
Level -1.
Mm-hmm.
Trait. Clear all for the. Where do you put the trait thing here? Level, source, rarities, traits. Oh. Fey. I'm going to type it in. There it is. Fae. Alright. Let's see. There is no -1 Fae. The lowest is a 3rd level, like a sprite. Tooth fairy swarm. A unicorn is 3. A kelpie is 4. There's nothing in any weaker. So that solves that.
Like I said, it doesn't necessarily have to fight for her, as in she's more like going to use it for something later on. She's just going to wait for the right time to use it.
At the level you're talking about, there is no fey creatures. So the spell is basically a waste of time. You need to have that heightened to at least level 3 spells. Why is it restricted to fey? Any particular reason? Oh, that's the name of the spell, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's useless. Unless there's a fey that's -1 or 1 or 2, there's none that I see in the bestiaries.
I'm wondering if it's a typo. Because if there's no level -1, I wonder if it's a typo that meant level -1. So it'd be
No,
level.
It's the same for like a guard dog. They start at -1 level or something like that.
I could have you summon. What is your intention? Tell me right off the bat. I want to see if this is even worth investing time in.
Alright, meta talk. Basically, she has a spell called. Let me pull it up. Final Sacrifice. I'll post it in chat. Basically, she can literally use the minion as a fire or ice bomb.
So, what I could do is I could create a -1 creature that would be like a dog, a cat, a pet, whatever. It's got the fey trait. Doesn't really matter. And you can have this creature to function with this spell. Because that is possible. I mean, there's definitely fey creatures that are below level 3. Just we don't have them in the bestiaries here. But I could make one up easy.
Okay.
So if you want to do that, boom, you now have this. It's the minion trait. In combat, you command it like you do any animal companion or familiar. You spend an action to give it 2 actions to do something in the round. It could move. It could do all kinds of stuff. Don't worry about the details. It's a -1. It's going to die if it's attacked. And if you want to use this spell on it, pull up the spell. We can use it. And that'll be enough for me.
All right.
66 fire damage.
That was the intent to have the summoned creature, because
All right.
since she got her hands on that spell, she was going to use it as, like I said, either a fire or an ice bomb.
All right, makes sense. As long as I know the intent, solved. All right, so there you go. Boom. Use your imagination and describe for us what this little minion looks like. What is it? What do they see? Could be anything.
Basically, what they would see is they would see her summoned Spidey, but in a slightly more larger version.
Okay, a hefty Spidey.
Pretty much.
It's moving around the floor there. Okay. Honorian immediately jumps up as if to collaborate. Look out, spider!
I've seen enough of these creatures down here.
Boom, it explodes.
Pulling the warhammer.
66 damage, please.
Hunt it out the door and say, there it goes.
Gotta let people know what you're doing.
How many times can you do that?
Unfortunately, I have to time it right, and I can only do it once.
And you
So
just
I'm gonna
wasted
have
it.
to make it count.
right, so it sounds like we're spending another night here then.
Why would you do that?
Because she just cast it.
I mean, do you want to spend another night inside this room?
Not really.
Not really, but she's used the spell, so we'd have to for her to get it back, would we?
I think if I remember correctly, if she finds a way to get at least some rest, I think she can regain the spell back, but don't quote me.
What are we talking about?
The summon effect.
She just cast Summon Fae, so she used the spell.
Right.
If you go and fight the dragon, it's not going to be around because it only lasts for a minute as long as she concentrates on it.
Oh, that thing only lasts a minute.
Yeah.
All right, you don't have to cast it. That's stupid. You know how it would work.
That's where I'm getting with this.
All right, so it wasn't cast. You just know how it works. There's no little Spidey moving around. I didn't know it lasted just a minute. That'd be pointless.
But at least you now know what my intent is with it.
Okay, so write that down.
Okay.
All right, so you wake up. I'm going to knock off some more time. Well, not yet. Where's my time dice? If there's anything else you want to do you want to go out and explore? Do you want to do anything else? Do it now. No point sitting here.
We're still looking for your off. I mean, are we heading straight up to go face? What do we fight? Are we doing the dragon or are we doing the demon?
Or are you just going to explore and ignore it? You can do whatever you want.
Or that?
Say we try the demon first, because the dragon, I'm not looking forward to that. Or maybe
And watch the demon
dragon.
consume you.
It beats being roasted alive in my armor.
And basically you kill us by watching you being consumed by a demon.
My life for yours.
That's not a comforting thought at all.
We need to scout. We need more information. I say we scout the dragon, see if we can actually see it, get eyes on, and not engage it, but take a lay of the land.
All right. I'll tell you what. Let's step outside of the chamber here, the entranceway. They wish you good luck. If you're going to help us with this, come back and let us know that you slew the creature. And as long as you can prove that you did, fine. We'll go with you. You escort us there, and then we'll give you a reward, and we'll get out of here. And good luck to you. So that's the way we're going to leave that. You step outside into the open... Well, it's not really open air, is it? You step outside into the open cave. You see a building directly across from you. To the west. Whose doors... There's a door right here, actually. And beyond it, you see what looks like some piers and water all along the shore. Just what you've been looking for. The lens. And to the north, taking a look up there, let me see what that looks like. You see what looks like a big round tower with small towers around it. Not sure what that is. Probably part of this structure of buildings. In fact, you do see a section that connects to it right here in the east. Looks like some type of wall that leads towards a small tower that looks like it somehow connects to this big round tower. I'm not sure. Perhaps the entrance inside is from the building you just vacated. There was a door there in the northwest corner, northeast corner. But who's to say? Not sure what lies to the east, although you get the impression that there's some corridors, and a dragon that lies to the east. The Caligni aren't very helpful giving directions, but good luck. Yeah, you don't see anything else in terms of, oh my gosh, there's floating creatures there. There's nothing in sight directly. So, which way would you like to begin? You could explore the building here and the water.
Yeah, I'd like to explore the building and the pier.
Okay. The only accessible point is up here. No. Yeah, there's another door to the north that has a... that's in the water, though. Let me take a look at it. I could read this to you. This squat stone building, only 8 feet up, only 8 feet high, hugs the shore. You can see 2 wooden docks jutting from the building into the dark waters. It's this massive underground lake. The doors, there's more than one, and you're facing one right now where you're located, are caked with mold and lichen, as if they haven't been opened in years.
Well, we can probably clear that away and try and see if there's anything inside.
Indeed, see if there's anything of note. Honorian will investigate the door, see if it's booby-trapped as well.
Okay, I'll need your exploration activities, by the way. The door, besides being caked with mud and lichen, it has a wooden bar. It looks like it's been nailed to the outside of the door, preventing it from opening. Easy to get off. You could pry that off. You don't see any other locks or anything. It's an old ramshackle door. If you get that off, that board, you could probably open the door right up. As far as traps, you don't find any. I'm going to mark off some time for that. 10 minutes.
Cadwin is again going to cast Vital Beacon.
Is that every 24 hours? Oh, until your next daily preparation. Yeah, you could do it. Perfect. What are you doing, Agatha, for exploration? I have you down as search.
I was gonna say either search or detect magic.
Which one?
Sorry.
Anybody could search. Not everybody could detect magic.
Detect magic.
Of course, you guys are all spellcasters. I don't know.
I'll do detect magic.
How about you? Enorian?
I'll be defending.
That shield at the ready. Raised. Father Cadwin, I got you as scout. Want anything else instead?
Since we're here checking it out, he'll search. He'll search around the northern side.
Alright, search. And who did I miss? Sheppy.
I was gonna say you missed Sheppy.
What would he be doing, you guys? What would he be doing?
I'm gonna imagine scout to the rear.
Yeah, there, detect magic.
Let's say scout to the rear, just in case this is a dangerous place. Scout to rear. So, in case you don't know, Cadwin, the exploration activities are what you do during exploration rounds, i.e. not combat rounds, not downtime rounds. Exploration mode, they call it. And they're very specific actions that you can take. You basically describe to me whatever the hell you want, and I'll decide what rule applies to what you're doing. Like, there's defend. That means you start any combats with a shield raised, because because you're being on the defense. Search, it means you're checking for secret doors or passages or traps. In other words, if there's one on the map that you guys pass by, I secretly roll for you to see if you just find it. If you notice something unusual, and I tell you the results. If you're successful. It might need further investigation, but that way it keeps the gameplay moving. You don't have to like search every 5 seconds to be able to do things. It's just automatically what you're doing. Of course, the downside to doing any of these activities is that your movement rate is halved. So it takes longer to get from point A to point B than it normally would. Those are what exploration activities are in a nutshell.
No, right. I just didn't know if casting that spell, 'cause it's an exploration spell. I didn't know if that counted as my action or not.
Cantrips that you can cast repeatedly are typically what you would cast repeatedly during exploration. An example would be Detect Magic. You're constantly casting it. That's an example of that type of action. You can do that. As long as it's something you can do, it takes no time, and you can repeatedly cast it.
No, that's what I'm saying, because in the spell itself, it has the exploration descriptor, so I didn't know if it counted as my exploration action.
Vital Beacon has exploration trait. That means it can't be cast during combats. You can only cast it during exploration. It doesn't necessarily mean it's an exploration activity. Is it a cantrip? No.
No.
Cast time is 1 minute? Yes, that's why it's an exploration spell. It's basically saying you can't cast it in combat. That's all it is.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure. So, okay.
This wouldn't be something you could cast during exploration activity repeatedly because it's not a cantrip. You can't cast it over and over and over and over and over and over again because it takes a minute to cast and they're done. You only do it the one time. That's it. You got to wait for your next preparation time.
Yeah, once I pry the board off, I'll open the door.
Bum, 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 bum.
Everyone's going to use interact to heal himself.
I can see what's going on inside this chamba. You see a door to the west. You see a door to the northwest. The door you pass through lies in the east, almost center of the room. You see, along the north wall, raised off the ground, kind of hung there by chains. It looks like a small boat. Actually, if you go by the scale of the map, that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet long. That's not no small boat. How do you get that out the doorway?
Hope and a lot of lube.
Yeah. Let me see.
You already did the 4d10 on that one, right, Cable? So the next ones are d8s, right?
Yeah, doing that. All right.
I'll take the d8s then. We both rolled it.
Where's it describe the boat? Where? Oh, there's a little clickable thing there that's invisible. You can't see it. All right. I think I understand this. All right, let me get you outside of this token. Whoop. Get this out of here. let's see. Marching order, I have Honorian up front. So I'm going to put you right here. And got Cadwin, where are you?
Cadwin will be in the rear.
Okay. Agatha, you behind Thorian?
Yep.
Okay. Sheppy's right here.
I'm here, by the way.
I heard you.
Just making sure.
Just entered this room. As soon as you get through the doorway and step inside, something begins to move. Motion, sounds, crying out you hear. A grotesque sound of some strange creature appears. Lying near the boat, lying on the ground and rising now, you see this horrible abomination.
Lovely.
Check his languages. He begins to babble in some strange language. Does anyone have Necrol?
I do indeed.
All right. Means I gotta roleplay this. Darn it. What does he say? What does it sound like? I gotta make a new voice here. Hold on.
Standing up in front of you, you see what looks like a gnome, one of those undead gnome creatures. This one is particularly nasty looking. He's covered in mold and mud as well. And as he rises from the ground in front of you, screaming in rage as his eyes begin to move towards the doorway, there, Anurian standing, you hear him reveal the words, Agatha. More souls to kill and slay. Finally, after all this time, there are some who will pay.
And he rhymes.
And he turns to face you.
We're gonna go to initiative. You're just in time, Jesse.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's where I gotta bow out.
We'll see you. What do you want to do? What do you guys want to do?
If I could, I'd like to fall back through the door and slam it shut.
Yeah.
It's probably a good stopping point. We pick this up right here.
Yes.
Whenever there's one creature, it's bad news.
All right, let me put you all in initiative. Let's at least do that. Clunk.
Yeah. Let's save this one for the next session, shall we?
Scaredy cats. Everybody roll your initiative. Let's at least do that.
You'll have to hit mine.
Yeah, I got you.
No problem.
And this was an encounter to the front, so Sheppy's scouting did no good. Father Cadwin is searching. Yeah. Alright, so this is where we'll pick up next time. This guy has just appeared and he's screaming in rage that you disturbed him. But he seems somewhat happy that you've arrived. More souls to claim. At last, at last. He looks like he's been laying here forever.
He's old, crickety. He's like spraying these joints down with WD-40 just to get him to move properly.
It is time. All right, then we're going to end it there. Sorry, Jesse.
Sorry.
That's all right. All right. We'll call it there. Let's do our outros and we'll call this night. That was interesting. Continuation of the last session's running combat. I think it went fairly well for you guys. You could have been TPK'd. So yeah. You surrendered. That was interesting. What do you think, Kyle?
Kind of didn't really have an option to surrender. We were all running on bare minimum. No spells, no healing potions. We're all bleeding out pretty heavy.
Yeah, they knew it.
Yeah, kind of didn't have no choice because we don't know how big this place is. There could be 30 of them little bastards in there, and we just don't have the spells or the hit points to deal with that at that particular time.
I guess if there was more of them and they weren't so desperate, they would have just killed you. So, yeah, they saw that and they were quick to, hey, surrender. So, they kind of went for your way. How about you, Ted? What'd you think?
Like I said, it's pretty edge of the seat there in the beginning. Like I said, coming in no resources, low health. We were kind of holding our own there for a bit, but it was touch and go, and then the reinforcement showed up, and that was kind of a no-brainer. It was we weren't going to make it out, even if we tried around. They could have picked us off with arrows. Highlight for me was being able to finally use the lifesaver there.
Yep.
And keep us from losing a party member. That was cool to see that in effect. Overall, it was a good session. I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it. It's different from what we're typically doing here. Yeah, good play, Ted. Good play. How about you, Agatha? Dizzy.
Again, I'm always trying to prep myself for in case Agatha eventually dies, and she's nearly died like 4 times now within 2 sessions alone. It's just like, well, it's my nerves are gonna be shot if it keeps going on like this, because then it's gonna be like, okay, I don't know when she's gonna die, because Cadwin may never have, he may use that spell, and then when she actually does go, he's not gonna have the ability again to bring her back. So it's just like a playing on my nerves to see when she actually does go.
You just gotta keep away from these creatures. Keep away from them.
Die Hard was a good thing to have too. That saved you too.
Yeah, without it, you would have been gone.
Yep.
Sheppy's the same way. He's soft like
Last cannon.
he's soft like butter. He don't want to be anywhere near the fighting. You can't be in the middle of the fight.
Well, god damn it, I wanted to turn into a dinosaur.
Yeah, that went down the tube. You were talking about that for a while.
For a while.
Yeah, that's too bad. I had to take the attack of opportunity. I could have took 2 of them, but I only took 1. And sure enough, it was a crit. Oh.
Yep.
That killed it. Yep, that's all right. Did you enjoy it, though, Jesse? Been a while.
Yeah, you know what? The dynamic tonight was way different than it has been. It's nothing but spells tonight, which was cool. But we're squishy, so we got to be careful.
I'm glad we have Cadwin.
That fight.
I'm glad we have Cadwin and Kyle, his character, the Magus. I'm liking more and more as he plays it. He's getting good with it too. Nice little combo of fighter and spellcaster.
Yeah, they really hit hard.
Yeah, and if you spec them right, they can really take a beating, but we started that way too low on health.
Yeah. But all in all, great session. You did good.
Well, you know what it was? There was no... Like, when you were talking with Dulac, you knew that, we were going to get safe passage. But no one thought about how that would apply once you encountered these Caligni. And you weren't sure when you were going to encounter the Caligni anyway. But you knew that how were you going to prove that she, is going to put a good word in for you? Just, how is that going to work? So when you encountered them, it's like, oh, well, we don't even have a word of, a letter of mark or anything. We don't have anything. So that wasn't going to go right. But you figured it out. And, actually the combat and surrendering allowed you to figure that out. Now you got safe passage and the possibility of another quest and something that might help you overcoming Belcora. At least the possibility's there. So that's good. I don't know. The last thing I'll say tonight is that we're in the final stages of this AP. whatever characters you guys have, pretty much stick with. I'm going to allow everybody a backup character. Only one, and that's it. If you don't have one, Cadwin, you better make sure you have one made, because if your character dies and you don't have one, that's it. That's it.
I've got one.
As long as you got a backup, you can continue on. As long as we don't have a TPK where there's no one from the backup crew able to save or salvage or do anything to continue this, that would be a TPK. You'd still come in with your backups and have to go through a certain amount of stuff over again. Might be easier because everything's been defeated, but that's it. So once you lose that second character, Dizzy, that's it. You guys are either going to destroy Belcora if she's alive, or she is going to destroy you and take over the world, or whatever happens. You know, that'll be the end of the story, one way or the other. So keep that in mind. Jesse, you've got Valafor. Kyle's got 2 others to choose from. He only gets 1. Agatha, you've got Lyra. Cadwin needs a backup character. And yeah, I guess Rachel has Althea. Alright. So folks, good game tonight. It was good fun. Combats are a blast with Pathfinder 2. Enjoyed it. We're going to be back next week with more Pathfinder goodness, and shortly thereafter we're going to have some Dragonbane episodes, so stay tuned for that. We've got episode 1 coming up, and episode 2 we're going to play this month sometime, so stay tuned for those. And thanks, Dizzy, for streaming over on your little channel on Twitch. I'm going to have to remember your link and shout you out here so people can join you that watch this. And watch it live as it unfolds over on Twitch. What's your channel name? Dizzy Rogue 87? Dizzy Rogue 87.
It should be.
All right, folks, we're going to call it here. Till next time, folks, you guys hang in there, and you know why. It's only going to get better. We'll talk to you soon. Toodaloo.